morning, everyone, and thank you for your patience. This is the first meeting of the Special Committee on Criminal Justice Reforms. Will the clerk please read the title of the resolution?
Resolution 160101, appointing members to the Special Committee on Criminal Justice Reform who will conduct public hearings examining the Philadelphia criminal justice system for the impact of current policies and offer recommended strategies to reform that are in the best interest of public safety and the public good.
Thank you very much. And we would like to have the President of City Council, Darrell Clark, who created this committee, say a opening remarks to set the tone for what we are about to embark upon. Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. First of all, I'd like to say thank everybody for agreeing to participate in what we believe that will be a fruitful and a very progressive approach to criminal justice reform. I'd like to start by saying I want to commend all of the members and the stakeholders that participated over the last year in ensuring that we got the MacArthur grant. It is clear there was a lot of good work put in that process, particularly given the level and the type of award that was made. I do believe it was the largest one of all of the municipalities across the country. So I want to commend those people. And again, it shows what happens when people work together. We can achieve some things. This particular committee will hopefully build on that process. And now that we actually have some resources, i.e. financial, to be an assistance to the committee, I think that it will only enhance our ability to move forward. Really excited about the possibilities. This will give, over a period of time, understand the committee has established a number of series of meetings, some off-site, that will give the people of the city of Philadelphia and the surrounding areas an opportunity to weigh in on this very, very important process. This is probably one of the only issues that the Republicans and the Democrats agree with in Washington. So that tells you how important this is. This is truly an issue that will be a bipartisan approach. So I want to thank the chairs and thank all of the members of the committee so much for their willingness to serve, and we look forward to some really good work coming as a result of that. We will, throughout our budget process, depend significantly on some of the reports that are coming out in terms of making sure that the city prioritizes those issues and initiatives that will make sure that it's a successful effort. So, Mr. Chair, thank you so much, and I will officially step off from the process and let you all do what you do. Thank you.
Listen, we want to thank you again for having the foresight and vision to bring us all together, to put together this level of expertise to drill down on such an important issue. And we want to thank you for empowering us to go about our business to kind of tweak what exists to make it even better for the citizenry of Philadelphia. And I just want to thank you publicly.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so his first edict was that an elected official politician should not be the moderator for today, and I think that is his first and wise decision. I want to also recognize that we have Senator Vincent Hughes in the audience and has been a proponent of change, not only in his district but in the Commonwealth. I want to thank you for stopping by for this maiden committee's voyage to make it better. Thank you, Senator. Would our moderator, Chief Defender Care Bradford-Grey, please take the podium and begin us? She was already here.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Good morning. I want to really thank, again, President Council Clark for doing this. I think that this is an effort that's being engaged in all over the country, and we are now seeing the intersection of criminal justice, stakeholders, and government coming together to figure out how to be what we call smart on crime. And Smart on Crime is an initiative that's not it's a new term, but the concept is not new. And what that means for government, as far as being smart on crime, it means that we're going to be taking a citizen-centric focus, a social justice that fosters social justice, civic engagement, activism, and transparent and accountable governance. Our local government knows that they have the responsibility to do more that works and less of what doesn't. So the panel discussion will give you an overview of our criminal justice system. Our panel comprises of a variety of stakeholders that work together to achieve a system that is fiscally responsible. That means we use taxpayer dollars wisely. Fundamentally fair, one that ensures that people are treated fairly by reducing the bias within our system, and one that promotes public safety. Are we making people safer by the policies that we implement and by the policies that we practice? To maximize the effectiveness of the special committee to achieve meaningful reform, there needs to be an open and integrated relationship with the various agencies that make up the criminal justice system, city government, and of course, the citizens of Philadelphia. We hope this discussion will be the first of many that will bring forth recommendations regarding budget redistribution that could rebalance responsibilities. Really what we've been seeing now is the criminal justice trying to focus and trying to deal with social ills that many people on this panel believe they're not as equipped to do it as other professionals. So we're hoping to look at those areas where we are dealing with issues that we are not really completely, solving those problems. And in that respect, we hope that we will return some of the duties and responsibilities to the professionals that are in the healthcare system, social work, schools, and organizations that understand the social impact of poverty and, of course, education not being properly funded and provided to our youth and to some of our young adults. So I want to especially thank Councilman Curtis Jones for taking an active interest in our criminal justice system. You've immersed yourself in what our system is. It's in all of its complexities. You've done a wonderful job. But of course, also a special thank you to Stacey Graham for organizing this committee and doing all you can to make sure that these public hearings are as robust of a discussion as possible. So we'll get forward with the presentation, but I want to just talk to you a little bit about the system and give you an overview. I know going through this process, we all are criminal justice stakeholders and working in some area of the criminal justice system or another. And it's so funny that even we don't understand all the moving parts that make up our system because it's so large and complex. So what I did is put together a PowerPoint to give you just a brief overview of our systems process. And we're going to talk about areas that obviously where we have some challenges, but we're also going to talk about where we are actively working to reform those areas to meet the goals that I described just a few minutes ago. So to start with this one, we will talk about obviously the first point of contact with what will lead you into our criminal justice system, and that's contact with law enforcement. And in law enforcement, contact with law enforcement, there are several options available to law enforcement. Now, these things are not as well known to the public, obviously, because if you don't interface with law enforcement in this respect, you will not see how that works. But law enforcement has the opportunity to issue a summary citation for the behavior that they observe. They have the opportunity to notify crisis response centers for certain behaviors that they are called to deal with, and of course, arrests. We generally hear about the arrests and we don't hear about all the other things that law enforcement does to keep people out. And we have Kevin Bethel here today to kind of discuss in a more robust fashion some of those options that are available to him and some of the things that he's already been implementing to help with one of our goals for our justice system to be fundamentally fair and fiscally responsible. After that, if you are given a summary citation, you have a few things that are available to you as well. You can go to trial, you're possibly diverted into a program, or you are assessed a fine and a fee, and that's for a plea of guilty to the summary citation. You can change it, Stacy. Of course, if you're arrested, and there's some opportunities before an arrest is made, and that is really at the law enforcement officer's discretion. You will have what we call a pre-arrest diversion program, which and Kevin Bethel is going to talk to you a little bit more about the ramifications of a pre-arrest diversion program, if there are some citations or if there is a record that is generated because of that, and we'll talk about how that helps to achieve some of the goals that we're looking for in criminal justice reform. But if you are arrested, a complaint is then filed, and then you go to what we call a preliminary arraignment. Now, preliminary arraignment is held in a criminal justice center. It's open 24 hours a day. And for the most part, the public defender office does represent about 95% of the people going to formal arraignment. Preliminary arraignment. There are opportunities for private counsel to make representations at that time, but the public defender is the one primarily handling that duty. And Mark Holden from the Defender Association will talk about how we are going to reform our efforts to have a more robust discussion or a more robust representation at that point. After the preliminary arraignment, you will go to what's called a pretrial supervision, and that's where pretrial will come and assess your abilities to either afford your own attorney or make sure that you are represented by a court-appointed counsel or a public defender. You have some options when, after you're assessed counsel, as to what's going to happen for you. They will either detain you, they will either let you out on your own recognizance, or you can get out on a sign-on bond. Those things can be discussed from members of this panel who are very familiar and aware of those options and can talk to you a little bit about what we are doing, of course, with the MacArthur initiative to change that process, to change our reliance on cash bail, and to look at what we need to do to funnel people in different directions of intervention rather than detaining them. If your case, and this is the next slide, if your case is determined to be a misdemeanor, you will go through what's called our municipal court process. And in the municipal court process, there's also options for diversion. That will be the district attorney's office. George Mosey will talk to you about the diversion process and practices and what determinations go into that. You have then the option, if you're not eligible for diversion, to take a trial. And in municipal court, you do not have a right to a jury trial. What we do in municipal court is bench trials. That's where you sit in front of a judge alone and they decide your case alone. If you don't get the result you desired in that process, you always have the ability to appeal to the Court of Common Pleas, where you do have the right to a jury trial. Many people don't know that, and it's really a practice that has been going on forever, but it can be unique to Philadelphia because I worked in many counties and we don't have a municipal court practice. Everything goes straight to the Court of Common Pleas. But in Philadelphia, in an attempt to kind of keep the system flowing, we have these different parts. If you don't elect to go to trial, your other option is to plead guilty, and from there you will be sentenced and assessed accordingly. If you do take a bench trial, you can be found one of two things: not guilty. Like I said, you're guilty and you appeal to the Court of Common Pleas to ask them to redo your case, and then you can plead guilty, where you have no appeal to assess your case as to whether or not it was meritorious. If you are charged with a felony, you will go to what's called our Court of Common Pleas track. And in Court of Common Pleas, again, there is a diversion process, but also you will have an opportunity to get what we call a preliminary hearing. Now, a preliminary hearing is not a constitutional right. It is a local rule that allows a judge to assess whether or not there is probable cause to go forward with your case. This is a way that we continue to be fiscally responsible with tax dollars, so that we're not just sending every case through the system if there's no merit to it. At that time, the judge will assess whether or not there's enough evidence to go forward, and that determination is a burden. Basically, is it more likely than not that this actually happened in the fashion that the Commonwealth has said it happened? There's also an option that the Commonwealth may elect to use, and that's called a grand jury. That's where you do not get a preliminary hearing, but members that convene look at the evidence and decide whether or not there's probable cause to proceed through the Court of Common Pleas with your case. We have two different sections of our Court of Common Pleas. We have what we call felony waivers, and that's where cases that are more nonviolent and don't carry I guess the term we use is, we call it major cases. These are cases that have, dangerous weapons involved, or a real major crime that threatens public safety, such as kidnapping, robbery, certain crimes that are committed with weapons and guns. These more so go to what we call our majors program. For our felony waivers program, those are generally your felonies that are not necessarily considered violent, your drug dealing offenses, some car thefts, some retail thefts that carry a certain amount of money, and as well as other economic crimes where the amount of money is such that it will go to the Court of Common Pleas jurisdiction. So that is kind of the overview of the two distinct court processes in our system. And if you, Stacey, if you go to the next option. Now, of course, once you're going through our system and you're found not guilty, you're free to go, and you can file for a rightful expungement, which most people do not know and most people do not do, which they should do. But if you are found guilty of your offense, then, of course, the judge has the option to sentence you to a number of sentencing options here. One would be time served. That means if you are in custody the whole time until the duration of your case, the judge can say you've served your time based on the facts that I've listened to and based on the information that I've reviewed about what you need, and I will give you what I call time served. You have the option, the judge has the option to sentence also probation, a person to probation. They can give you time served with a probation tail, or they can give you flat out probation, where conditions will be put in place to address your needs and to make sure that you are rehabilitating. Parole is a form of supervision that generally comes after a state sentence is imposed. So if you have a county sentence, we call county sentence those people who will be serving their sentence up in our state road facilities, you will get probation generally when you're released. If you serve a state sentence, something that will send you out to our state facilities, Bradford and other ones around the state, you will be put on a period of parole once you are released. And it's a really complicated process, but generally in Pennsylvania, we have a minimum and maximum sentence. If you serve your minimum and your paroles, you serve the remainder of your sentence up to your max on parole, and then you can then you'll start your probation period if a probation period is assessed. And of course, like I stated before, incarceration, we can use our county options or our state options, and that is basically determined upon your record and what the offense you've committed. So once you're on, and the judge obviously will assess whether or not there needs to be some restorative practice or restorative sanctions placed on you. If there are any issues or related to someone's property damage or financial loss, the judge will assess what we call restitution on the person that has committed the crime. And then also fines and costs are assessed in every case where someone is found guilty, because those, and I think Rich McShorley could talk a little bit more about what fines and costs go to and how that came about, into figuring out what funding sources those things go to. County probation and parole, of course, has a lot of different channels. A person on probation or parole will go through that probation period. If they complete it successfully, they are released. But if they do not, there are certain kinds of violations that will bring you back into court and bring you back into the purview of the judge and, of course, the probation department's recommendation as to what to do with you. And those are called technical violations, meaning when you do not follow some of the conditions that were placed on you, you can be in terms of a violation, it would be called a technical violation. If you commit a new offense or accused of committing a new offense, generally that would be called a direct violation. And we have what's called a Gagnon 1, where if you're in either of those violations, technical or direct, we have the ability to review what you've even done or what you're accused of to determine whether or not you should remain in custody or you should be out until a full-fledged hearing is assessed to your behavior and whether or not this is something that you should be found in violation of. So once you go in front of a judge on a hearing based on a violation of probation, the judge can find you're not in violation based on the explanation put forward. The probation and parole can be continued because they figure that intervention will help you complete your probation successfully. They can give you a new form of probation if they feel like you need a little bit more time to help get some of the struggles that you're dealing with in order. They can put you in incarceration. They can incarcerate you if they feel like this is something that is going to be necessary for public safety and protection. They can give you what we call back time. That is the time you did not spend in jail based on your minimum and maximum sentence. Or they can give you no further penalty. So generally, that's the way our system flows. There is so much more to it than that, but I just wanted to kind of give you that general overview. So when we have this discussion, we can talk about some of the intersections where we're looking to provide reform efforts. I will introduce members of this panel so that you understand exactly who it is that will be discussing some of the information. First, we have John F. Holloway. He's the Associate Dean and Executive Director of the Quachone Center for Fair Administration of Justice at Penn Law. John has done extensive research on systems nationwide and has definitely helped with his research in academia to figure out where we as a system in Philadelphia can maximize our reform efforts and make recommendations so that we can kind of be more progressive in our efforts in keeping up with national trends and policies. Kevin Bethel, Senior Policy Advisor, formerly of the Philadelphia Police Department. He is working with the Stoneleigh Foundation. He's a fellow, and he does juvenile justice research and reform. Richard Podgorski, sorry. He's the director of the Bureau of Reentry Coordination and Pennsylvania Board of Probation and Parole. Mark Holden, Director of Policy for the Defender Association of Philadelphia. We will have joining us shortly the Honorable Benjamin Lerner, Deputy Managing Director for Criminal Justice. We have Mary Catherine Roper, who is the Deputy Legal Director of the ACLU of Pennsylvania. Curtis Jones Jr., 4th District Councilman and Chair, Committee on Public Safety. George Mosey, 1st Deputy District Attorney, Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. Sharon Dietrich, Litigation Director of Community Legal Services. And Myron Patterson, Deputy Commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Department. So we have a number of cross professions and, of course, perspectives and vantage points. And I think this is going to create a really good discussion about our efforts today. Now, I will start by saying this. We have a lot of challenges in our criminal justice system, there's no doubt. But we want to make sure that we bring attention and start a discussion on some of the reform efforts that we are working towards so that people do have an understanding that we recognize our challenges and we are starting to do something towards it. And we want to make sure that we have a dialogue with members of the community and, of course, all of the stakeholders on how we can do more of what's working and less of what's not. So I will start this discussion with John Holloway. And John Holloway, could you talk to us about your work in evaluating systems and, of course, some of the goals that I mentioned, what are the practicalities of those goals, and how do you come about some suggestions to do so?
Excuse me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
For those committee members that are not at the table, feel free to sit at some of my colleagues' desks. The only housekeeping, if you want to speak to be recognized, you have to push the button and you'll see the red circle come up and you're able to be recognized by the chair. So you are officially, for the next couple of hours, unofficial council people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. And this is a discussion, and while we've broken it down into certain areas, if anyone has any knowledge or expertise in an area that we're discussing that can talk about some real practical reform efforts, I would love for you to join in that conversation and discussion. John Holloway, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Is it Madam Chief Defender?
I guess.
I want to thank Council President Clark, Councilman Jones, Senator Hughes, and the other members of this committee. It's an honor to be asked to participate, and it's an exciting opportunity, I think, to hopefully do some good for the city of Philadelphia. So thanks very much for allowing me to participate.
Thank you for participating.
The Quachone Center was founded in 2013, and the idea was to create an interdisciplinary research and policy center that would look at criminal justice as a system and do data-driven research that would work in collaboration with criminal justice professionals to create thoughtful recommendations that could actually be implemented and create real-world change to improve our criminal justice system. We have a group of 4, 2 lawyers and 2 economists working full-time, and an affiliated faculty of 12 that includes economists, statisticians, criminologists, psychologists, medical doctors, and others to bring both inside and outside perspectives to bear on important issues of criminal justice, and in particular what we call a systems approach. And what we mean by that is looking at criminal justice as a system. Certainly when we operate as lawyers and when we litigate cases, we have a tendency to make comparisons about individual cases, and each of those cases is important, but by raising it up a level and looking at the aggregate impact of what our actions have on a community and generating data that will inform people about how that's working in the aggregate, we believe that we can get additional views and additional insight into the system that will allow for useful and important reforms. So what I'd like to do, looking at the first slide, and I should say, for those of you who have a handout, my fault, your handouts are missing every other page. So you may wonder, hey, where'd that slide come from? It's not in my handout. I'm told it will be posted online, and if not, at the end of this, my email is here, and I'd be happy to provide you with a full copy of the slides. So the first question that I often get is, well, is criminal justice really a system? We've got police, we've got prosecutors, we've got the defense, we've got corrections, we've got probation and parole. Are they really all working together? Our contention is yes. Criminal justice is a system. There are subsystems within it. But the question that I would ask is, first let's back up and say, what is a system? Well, a system is any collection of related parts that interact for a particular purpose, okay? And so, next slide. If we think about criminal justice as a system, this is a single slide that takes most of the slides that the Chief Defender put together and runs from crime all the way through to sentencing. And if you can't read this slide, don't worry about it. That's really not the point. The point is, it's a complicated system.
Very.
And beginning with the commission of a crime, going all the way through to sentencing, there are dozens and maybe even multiple dozens, perhaps even hundreds of people who are making decisions about an individual's path through the criminal justice system that influence what is going to happen between crime and incarceration. One of the important things about the system, and this goes to what we need to reform the system and why this committee is so important, is that in any of these systems, each of the participants in the system is affected by the upstream and downstream actions of that system. And so one way to illustrate that would be to point out that the cases that a prosecutor's office is able to bring are due in large part to the arrests that are made by a police department. The arrests that are made by a police department are influenced by the cases that a district attorney's office is willing to charge. And so you can see the back and forth in the system. It extends more broadly than that. An individual's decision to plead guilty, in large part, will be based on the charges brought by the prosecutor. That may be influenced by sentencing policies and legislation that creates different sentencing and different abilities to pack charges together, can impact all the way back early in the police departments or in the plea bargaining stage. So we can see this flow back and forth, and decisions that are made in one area of the system necessarily then have a ripple effect through the entire system. That's important because as we propose reforms, it will be important that we understand what those ripple effects really are so that we know what our reforms are going to do, and that requires the cooperation of all the people at this table and on this commission and throughout the different agencies in the system. And that's one reason why criminal justice reforms have been difficult to implement effectively, is that it's been challenging, particularly given the adversarial nature of the criminal justice system, to agree on what we want the system to do. Next slide. So I want to suggest for a second that we think about criminal justice as a system where what we really want to do is have a safe and crime-free community that's operating on principles of fundamental fairness. I'm hopeful that those are principles that everybody can agree upon. It's important that when crime is committed, it is addressed. It's important that people have personal safety and protection of their property. It's also important that when we run people through the criminal justice system, we treat them with respect and dignity, that we get it right when we're adjudicating guilt and innocence, and that we treat like people the same, that we not create disparate communities who get different treatment for the same conduct in the criminal justice system. And so that's what the criminal justice system at its highest level, I think, is designed to do. Next slide. This is a picture of the industrial definition of a high-quality system. So this is from the International Standards Organization, and it's a question of any system. What defines a high-quality system? And there are functionally three parts to a high-quality system. The first part is the requirements of the system. Does it do what it is designed to do? So a car that is designed to have a way of stopping that doesn't have brakes is not an effective system, right? That's not working. Does the system do what it's designed to do? And that's the left-hand column there. On the right-hand column, there's a second aspect to it, which is that the people using the system have to continue using it. So it can be thought of as a customer service approach. So again, if you make a car that does what it's designed to do, but nobody wants to use that car, it's not a very effective system. And similarly with criminal justice, when we run people through the criminal justice system, one of the key questions is, do they feel that they've been treated fairly? Have we reached an accurate result? And are we keeping people safe? In the middle is a feedback loop. And the constant improvement of a system involves designing requirements, getting feedback from the people who participate in that system on those requirements, and taking that feedback and incorporating it into change in the system. In a sense, that's what this committee is doing right now. We've received a lot of comments through a lot of the system about areas throughout the system where we could do better, and we're trying to incorporate that feedback into improving the criminal justice system. Historically, the criminal justice system has not been very good with its feedback loops, and it is a difficult thing to implement those changes. But that's what the task is. The task is to figure out what we want the system to do, compare it to how the citizens of our city are using it and benefiting from it or not, and incorporate their suggestions for improvement in thoughtful ways. Next slide. So I think the invitation for all of us as citizens of the city is to put yourself in the position of the Chief Executive Officer of Criminal Justice, Inc. And the job of Criminal Justice, Inc. is to unite the various product managers, whether it be law enforcement, the district attorney's office, the defender's office, community legal services, et cetera, all the way through corrections, probations, parole, and assemble the heads of those service lines, if you will, to define goals and set targets for how we're going to change things in the system. One of the really exciting things about the MacArthur proposal, which we were honored to be a small participant in, is that it has set a target goal across all of our agencies to reduce the number of people incarcerated in our system by 34% over 4 years, correct? 5 years?
Yeah, 3.
3 years. That's exciting because we've come together as a system, defined an attainable goal, set a target, and now we're going to work in concerted and coordinated fashion towards that. That's exactly what we should be doing. The Quattrone Center is also coordinating a group called the Philadelphia Event Review Team that has the voluntary representation of the DA's office, the police department, the Court of Common Pleas, and the Defenders Association that's operating a different kind of feedback loop where we look at individual cases where the outcome was not what was intended by the system, and we undergo a root cause analysis to understand why that happened and what specific changes we can make throughout the system to improve that. And the emergence of these collaborative efforts, I think, is a really important and positive step for our city, and we look forward to continuing to move that forward. Next
John,
slide,
can I
please.
ask you a quick question?
Sure.
I know one of the things you said was very poignant in that sometimes it's hard for criminal justice stakeholders to get feedback or to receive feedback and actually implement those policies because we believe that we know what's best. How have you worked with people to make sure that they take a fair look at their policies and determine whether or not are these policies having a negative impact or a positive impact on our communities or the people that we are supposed to service?
Well, I think that what we try to do when we do our work is to evaluate what a policy is actually doing, again, on a group level and not necessarily case by case.
Sure.
There will always be opportunities to take an extreme case and use that to prove a larger point, and sometimes that's accurate, and sometimes it's an extreme case. In both situations, we want justice to be done all the time, but we try to generate data that allows people to look together and ask, well, why is the data this way? We may not agree on what the data says, but that will lead us to a next question about how do we better understand this data. And ultimately, once we understand what's really going on in the system, we can have a thoughtful conversation about how to change it. And so I think it's the opportunity to generate data, aggregate that data, and evaluate that data that is what leads to a consensus-driven reform, and therefore reforms that will actually be implemented and accepted by the community.
Do you use community in your analysis or in some of your research? Do you use their feedback and understanding of what the policies that we've now been practicing in our criminal justice center, how that has an impact on them, or so that we can be educated by them as well?
I think the more opportunities that we have for people who are actually participating in the system to share their experiences so that they can be understood, the better off we all are. And I think one of the things that we try to do regularly at the Quattrone Center is to host public meetings where people can come in and hear about things that are happening and share their stories. Because, and I think this is true also with the criminal justice professionals. I think it's very useful when you have defenders and prosecutors and police officers sitting down to look at a particular case, and the question is, well, why did you act like this? Why was this decision the one that you thought was the thing to do? And when the people who are on adversarial parts of the system reach a better understanding of why the other side is acting the way they are, it leads to a willingness then to work together to solve that problem that I think is sometimes hard to get when we're at loggerheads trying to figure out what the right thing is to do.
Thank you, John.
So, as the Chief Defender said in her introduction, I think there are really three things that we're going to try and do as the Quattrone Center in assisting with the important work of this committee. We hope that this committee will be able to promote public safety, which I think is an important thing to remember with the criminal justice system. So much of when we talk about criminal justice reform is about the injustices that happen to individuals. It's important to remember that a large part of our criminal justice system is devoted servants of the city and of public safety who have a very important job to keep our communities safe, our property safe. And so promoting public safety, but doing so in ways that are fundamentally fair and fiscally responsible, is, I think, essential to the work of this committee. And it is our hope then that we will be able to participate in that and use data to both if you could hit the next slide, that we could use data to study and learn from cases where the system doesn't give the result we want, use data to propose the removal of structural barriers to the truth. And what I mean by this is we don't know how many people plead guilty to things for which they're innocent because the burden of pre-trial detention is such that it makes more sense for them to plead guilty than it does to wait for their case to run through the system. So I would describe that as potentially a structural barrier to the truth, in that you have somebody who's pled guilty to a crime that they didn't commit, and we need to remove those structural barriers so that we're able to actually have the truth be driving the responses to justice, so that those responses actually do what we want accountability measures to do, which is reduce the recidivism and the recurrence of crime. And the other thing that we'll want to do is we'll want to talk about expanding the toolkit of options for accountability. The fact that the MacArthur Foundation gave out $20 million of grants to reduce mass incarceration is proof that we're realizing as a society that incarceration is a pretty blunt instrument to change people's behavior. And with diversion courts and a number of other progressive reforms that many of the people on at this table have helped in implementing in Philadelphia, we've begun to broaden our toolkit as far as approaches to individuals that will prevent them from committing the next crime as opposed to simply incarcerating them. It's important both that we expand that toolkit and that we evaluate the changes that we're making to make sure that when we implement a proposed reform, it's having the desired effect and leading to the change we want, and that we maybe can optimize it and tweak it and improve it as we move forward. So what's that going to take? Well, I think it's going to take a lot of what you see here. It's going to take strong leadership throughout the city, focused on improving human and economic outcomes. It's going to take coordinated review from all of the stakeholders in the criminal justice system of existing policies, and those stakeholders have to be armed with rigorous and thoughtful evaluation of both the practical and economic impact of the changes that are proposed. And in order for that to happen, obviously, we have to have the continued and wonderful administrative support that this committee has had so far. And so that's all that I have for right now. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Chief Defender, or anything else you'd like.
You want to move through the discussion of our reform efforts, or do we want to take questions now or later?
I defer to the chair.
Okay. I would say if we can move through our discussion, some of your questions could be answered through the rest of the discussion, some of them, so we'll keep it flowing. But John, one of the things I heard you say, which I appreciate, is that data sharing is going to be really, really critical in this, and I think that we have a hard time sharing data and information about all respects of a person, from mental health treatment, from social service involvement, and of course, what people need when they come through the system and what happens to them afterwards. In order to do that, everyone has to be equipped with the data collection ability to share our understanding of what's going on and measure our impact.
I don't think there's any question about it. Data sharing is vital, and I think that can be done in ways that anonymize or de-identify data at the aggregate level, again, so that we can see what's happening at a system level without it jeopardizing the outcomes of any individual.
All right. Well, thank you. John has laid out the goals for our criminal justice system, and we want to talk about our work for reform in terms of those goals. The first goal, and the first piece of discussion or area of discussion to deal with the goals that we are looking towards will be discussed around the area of fiscal responsibility. Are we using taxpayer dollars wisely? And so I want to invite Kevin Bethel to discuss some of the programs that he has been involved in that go towards that goal of using our taxpayer dollars wisely, and explaining what the impact of those initiatives have been.
So I thank the Chief Defender, and I thank President City Council, and my friend here, Councilman, for the opportunity to be here. So I purposely didn't write down any notes because I wanted to really speak from my heart about how this process really can work. And John, you really set it up. So I may feel like a CEO Inc. today just because of what we've been able to do. And so I appreciate your comments because you really set it up very well. And so I'll jump right into a process. And first and foremost, let me acknowledge two good friends of mine. You know, I'm going to talk about a program that the City of Philadelphia Police Department is now engaged in for the purpose of introduction. You know, you heard I'm retired Deputy Commissioner Kevin Bethel from the Philadelphia Police Department, retired after 29 years, and moved into the Stoneleaf Fellows as a Stoneleaf Fellow. I'm working at Drexel University in the Juvenile Research and Reform Lab, and I'm here to tell you I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert in juvenile. I'm a cop after 29 years, realized that we had to do something different. And also blessed to have two phenomenal individuals to work for, Commissioner Ramsey in his charge, and now my good friend and guy I have so much respect for, Commissioner Ross, who's allowed me to continue on in working on a program that I think is going to change the way we deal with young people across the city of Philadelphia. And so I definitely want to acknowledge those two men as very, very strong influences on what is happening and what I'm about to talk about. You know, in May of 2014, I took over as a patrol operation in the schools and had the school force, and had done some traveling, had met a lot of individuals, and started to look at data. And my good friend down here, First Assistant George Mosey, who's been a mentor for me for almost 2 decades, came and said, listen, I want to do something with how young people were being arrested in our schools. You know, we have 1,600 kids are being arrested in our schools every year at the minimum age of 10 years of age. You know, and I remember going back and forth with my friend, and he said, Kev, listen, you do what you have to do. Diversion and those types of things are yours to do. And so that started down this process of building a very strong collaboration. We can make change in our systems. You know, I looked at the arrests. So here's an example. A 10-year-old child would walk into the school district who may have taken a pair of scissors to school because they wanted to finish a project, walk through a metal detector, and that metal detector would go off. That metal detector would require the school officer to call the police officer would respond, take that child from the school, have him or her fingerprinted, photographed, often held in a cell block for 6 hours, and then released. The youth aid panel and the DA's office had a great post-diversion program, which George has been a head of for many years, where they would divert that young person back out into the community. There they would be given some sanctions under the youth aid panel, given supports if they needed it, and if they stayed out of trouble for 6 months, they would have their record expunged. And I challenged that process. I said, a 10-year-old child, we weren't asking these kids what was happening with them. We did not ask them whether there was any sexual abuse, physical abuse, and what the conditions of their homes were. And what was that trauma? What were we doing to a child when we took them into our custody and put them through that process? And so, I'm blessed that the police department and under Commissioner Ross now said, you know what, we're going to push back against that. And can we do a pre-arrest process? And so working with certain departments, and I'll highlight them right now. Department of Human Services, I cannot speak but volumes of love and respect for the work that they're doing. Because I came back to the group, I'm part of a Juvenile Detention Alternative Initiative, a DMC subgroup, which George is a part of. And I challenged the group and said, listen, I want to do a pre-arrest diversion. I don't want to put a child through that process. Because all the data says is once I bring him or her into that system, they're going to recidivate. If I don't bring them into the system and I get service to them ahead of time, could we stop that flow of kids coming back? DHS stepped up and offered 6 programs across the city. They're positioned in various areas of the city. And so we take that scenario now that I talk about. Where we had that child, a 10-year-old child who's fought in the classroom, who's being arrested. The Philadelphia police officers, so let me take a moment for that. I know Commissioner Ross spoke at the hearings, the budgetary hearings the other day, about oftentimes police officers not given the credit for the good things they're doing. I'm sitting here to tell you today that the Philadelphia police officers out there want to do their work and do it effectively, but they have to be given the tools to be given other options besides bringing a pair of handcuffs to a situation. And so what we were able to do was bring a different dynamic by saying, hey, we're going to take that same kid and be able to provide them with services. So when that Philadelphia police officer goes to the school now, there are 84 school officers who respond to the schools and make those arrests. They don't. For any child who is first-time offender, who's never been arrested before, who's not in the system, and the majority of our kids are not in the system, the officer does not take that child out of the school anymore. He gives that child a letter that says within 72 hours, DHS social workers, along with police officers, often cases, go to the house, and ladies and gentlemen, they do a home assessment. They go into the home with the purpose of not taking that child out of the home, but what are the things they can offer to that family that they need? And DHS is turning on gas, turning on their electric, offering bedding, getting other services to family members in that house. Those are the things that are going to be the change agent, both for the DHS, but more importantly for the police department, to be looking at that kid in a different way. After that assessment is done, those kids move into the program, and they will stay in the program for 30, 60, 90 days. In some cases, they can be extended, where they're working with those kids to get them back on track. And I'm here to tell you that those young people, and I call them my kids now, are doing a phenomenal job of going through the system. Now, here's the thing. People get upset because if I gave you that matrix, I didn't tell you about a stick. There is no compulsion in a stick. So we give those families an opportunity to get the services that they need, and they get a choice in the matter. They're not forced or compelled, but 90% of those parents are taking part in those services because for a long time, if I locked up a kid, I can get wrap around, wrap over, wrap under, any kind of services I want. But there was no services out there when I wanted to go in a proactive stage. And so it has been a blessing to be able to work because Karen Lynch is walking back into the room now, and I was kind of talking as she do. But the school district I started this program with Dr. Height and met with Karen early in the process, and they were 100% on board. I work with the Defenders Association on this program because they're one of the greatest advocates for the program, the District Attorney's Office. And then I'm assigned to Drexel University. I was fortunate to get a grant, a $600,000 grant, working with Jocelyn Arnold and the city government and the grants department to come on board to do the evaluation of the program. Because now we're talking about, as John talked about, a data-informed, evidence-based approach. Is the process working? And one thing, having a formidable organization and a formidable institution to come in to do that data set now helps to inform the whole process.
Kevin, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry to stop you.
I know I'm running long.
What you just described is a real smart on crime initiative, obviously. But is there a way that we can rebalance the police responsibilities and put more into the schools or any kind of professional workers to identify the things that the police are identifying so that there is no need for real police contact for the type of kid you're describing that goes through these programs?
Listen, I know that Karen could probably tell them and told the services that the school district needs. I was in Atlanta, and man, they had social workers and counselors and psychologists in all their schools. And so we know what the schools need. I mean, our goal and the policing goal before I left was to try to just fill that gap. And so I know, we know the services that are needed. We know that we're identifying these kids, and the level of services they need they come from these impoverished communities. They need those services. And one of the things that Chief Defender, which is really unique, is that we did an assessment of the first 800 kids that we brought through the system so far. We've had a total of over 900 kids that were diverted and not arrested. And only 36 of that first 800 kids have come back. Nice. And we started the program in May of 2014. For anybody who understands the level of recidivism, to have a 4.5% recidivism rate over 2 years is an amazing and staggering number. When we know that it goes into 20 and 30% when a kid goes into custody, that we believe we're on the right track because the kids are not coming back. And I see my friend Ted from PAL, halfway through the program, we introduced those families to the PAL centers so that on the 91st day, if a parent has something they need to do with a child, they can take them to our PAL centers. But we know what's needed. I mean, we're seeing that every day when we go into these homes. The conditions we're seeing in these homes are terrible. My cops report back the conditions are just terrible. And so, if we don't start to look at this process and start to move those supports up to the front end, then clearly we understand what we're going to get on the back end.
Right.
And so I don't know if I'm answering your question, Chief Defender, but we know that the school district needs help with those types of services. And until we do that, we're going to constantly be spinning our wheels, and we need to direct our money in those areas on the preventive side to help with that issue.
Yeah, this seems like a program that's working well, and not just in terms of recidivism, but in terms of long-term stability. And it would be great if we see some of that responsibility shifted to the schools so they can deal with it in the appropriate setting where the kid feels extremely comfortable. But also, the police department, in engaging in this, has extended its services to what I would say is more social work involved as well.
Well, I mean, it is the reality. You talk about smart policing, smart on crime. I mean, when I look at the data, it is the smartest thing we could do is to divert a child before he goes into that crazy system that you've been seeing described by you and described by John. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're sending them into a place that they never can get out. And so I think anytime we can create tools that move that up front, particularly, we're talking about low-hanging fences. We're talking about locking up kids for disorderly conduct. Listen, I'm born and raised in the city of Philadelphia. I never thought that any cop would come in and I would have to be arrested for fighting with my buddy in the hallway, or to come into school with a pair of scissors. I have a daughter who goes to parochial school. She got the long scissors, short scissors. She got all kinds of scissors. I have a daughter who goes to Central, and she ran back to the car the other day because she had a spoon in her pocket because she was scared the metal detector was going to go off. And not that that would be an offense, but just the fact that she felt that way. And so we need to be realistic about the policies and the procedures that we are in. This is a stopgap. The goal is to put ourselves out of business. We went from 1,600 arrests the first year and dropped 54% to just a little over 700. This year, we're on pace to potentially have less than 400 kids in the school district arrested for school-based offenses for a system that was doing 1,600. Almost a 70-something% reduction in the number of kids coming into the system. We can change this system when the right people, as I look to my left and to my right and behind me, stand up and say we want to change the system. We can make those changes, and we just have to put our boots on the ground and make that happen. But when you can see such a reduction in the number of kids being arrested, and we can also translate that to other things across the city as it relates to diversion. And so I dovetail into the fact, before I left, I worked on the MacArthur Project, as you know, again, a smart crime initiative to looking at diverting those first-time drug offenders, to see if we can move and direct them into services versus having them into custody, because putting them into custody is not going to help them with their addiction issues. And so I look forward for the opportunity as the police department, and I see Julie just arrived, and Judge Lerner, to talk about what MacArthur is going to be doing. And fortunately, just recently with Drexel University, may be able to come on along with other agencies to provide the support to really evaluate that, as John said, to evaluate whether that process can work.
Thank you, Kevin. And I guess what you're saying rings true. Less in means less burdening of our system and our resources, and of course, the more wisely we use our tax dollars for long-term effect would be great. And I do want to talk about that from the standpoint, not just pre-arrest diversion, but also once you get into the system and you go through the process of, as I described earlier, and you come to the end, and now you're charged with being on probation or whatever that, whatever sanction that you're on. There are ways in that system, in that process right now, that we are looking towards reform efforts as to how we deal with human mishap. I mean, there's people that come out on probation that have had a long history of addiction, and sometimes they are going to are going to backslide or kind of, have some hiccups along the way. How we deal with this as a system, could you speak to that? I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. Mr. Parole, the state parole agent.
That name is Rich Pajeski.
Pajeski, that's
right. It's a long Polish name. I'm a Reading kid, so. Well, yeah, let's talk about violations of probation and parole and how we deal with those violations of probation and parole. One of my mentors many years ago when I got started in this business gave me a quote, and it goes something like this. When dealing with probation and parole violations, give the offender what they need, not what you think they may deserve. And I think that is one of the driving forces that has driven my thinking in terms of responses to violations of probation and parole. Around the country, you're seeing things like this. I just want to read a few lines to you about how other states are dealing with violations of parole. The goal is to implement strategies for supervision that result in an increase in the number of offenders who complete parole as stable, productive, law-abiding citizens. That's Georgia. Kansas. Our system helps offenders be successful and does not create new victims. In New Jersey, the violations process and our work of our policy team should enhance the ability of offenders to transition successfully from prison to the community. And I can tell you that Pennsylvania takes the same approach in our response to violations of probation and parole. But how do you do that? And how do you do that? Violations and responses to violations need to strike a balance between holding offenders accountable for their behaviors while at the same time providing opportunity to correct or sanction that behavior in a progressive, proportional, and graduated fashion. Now, that said, how do you do that? How do you find that balance? And at parole, we provide public safety, and we provide it by balancing risk management and risk reduction. Strategies that have been proven to manage the risk and strategies that have been proven to reduce the risk, thus making our community safer. So when you think about violations and you think about responses to violations, you have to consider two things. You have to consider the risk of the person. Now when I say risk, that's a scientific statement. It's not an emotional one. What is the person's risk to commit future crime? What is their risk to recidivate in a community? You have to consider that. You also have to consider the seriousness and, in some instances, the frequency of the violative behavior that is being displayed. So you have to consider those two things when you respond to a parole violation. Now, there are some violations, some behaviors that warrant going back behind the wall, such as assaultive behavior, such as acts of violence. But the greater majority of violative behaviors can be dealt with in the community through interventions. Now, the city of Philadelphia has a whole lot of community interventions that are available. And let's face it, the city of Philadelphia probably has more community interventions available to state parole agents than in some other areas of the state, which we're very thankful for. But you need those community interventions as options for parole agents to consider and district directors to consider when they have a person in front of them who has violated parole in some way, in a technical way, and they're trying to figure out how to respond to that. Now we at the State Parole Board have a nice little tool that we use that helps guide us in our thinking when it comes to our responses to violations of parole. And it's called the Violation Response Grid, and it's been around. It's been around for several years. It builds on the good work of a person named Peggy Burke from the Center of Effective Public Policy. And it builds on a lot of her work in responding to parole violations. And essentially what it does is it accounts for those things. It accounts for the offender's risk. It looks at the seriousness of the violation and ranks that violation in terms of low, medium, and high. And the violations range from everything from a travel violation to a failure to report to a changing address without permission, all the way up to including the arrest for new criminal charges and possession of weapons or firearms and ammunition. So it runs the entire gamut of violated behavior and ranks the violated behavior.
Rich, can I ask you
Sure.
about that? Basically, when we're talking about promoting fiscal responsibility, we understand some of the kind of things that you have to consider, but also there's a line of thought that in looking at probation's responses, how are we dealing with issues of relapse or kind of stumbling blocks along the road in real time versus bringing people back through the system where that drives the cost
Right.
analysis. And it kind of sets, we hear a lot, it may set people back a bit
Yeah.
to be sitting in jail for a period of time just to develop new strategies on how to help them work through their probationary stipulations.
Yeah, issues of relapse are dealt with through treatment. I can tell you that at our agency, individuals who relapse are afforded an opportunity at treatment. And that's frankly the right thing to do, considering their risk and that nature of the violation.
Do they come back through the prison system and through the court system in order to deal with treatment?
The treatment is generally provided within the community. Yeah,
So probation officers address them right in the community in real time
That's right.
versus bringing them back through the
That's
system.
right.
And that is a fiscal responsible
That's right.
initiative and program, because generally, the way it went is that if a person violated, they would have to come back through the system's process, and then we deal with it by going before a judge and
Right.
explaining what happened.
Right. For the probation system, that would have to come back in front of the judge. For the parole system, we deal with it within our own district offices.
That's
So
good.
we have the entire gamut of sanctions available to us, whether that's treatment, whether that's a halfway back situation where a person is placed in a community correction center, or whether that person is placed behind a wall. But the drivers of that are the risk and the nature of the violation. And that's an important distinction. Oh, sure. And that's an important distinction. So what we do is we look at the violations and we rank them. And then we look at the responses that a parole agent or someone can place upon an individual in response to the violations, in response to the violated behavior. And like I said, they're imposed in a graduated, progressive way. So we look at the person who's in front of us in sort of a holistic sort of way prior to giving out sanctions in response to the violated behaviors. We also are governed by Act 122, which is the enabling legislation, Act 122 of 2012, which is the enabling legislation of justice reinvestment. And what Act 122 did was it provided us with additional guidance in how we should be dealing with violations of parole of a technical nature. And it provides us some guidance in terms of the type of offender that can be reincarcerated behind a wall. and we call them the Fab Five. There are 5 instances of violation where a person can be placed in what I'll call a community or a county jail situation, or a period of an incarcerated state. And those Fab Fives are if the technical violation is sexual in nature, it is assaultive behavior, it involves possession of a weapon or control of a weapon, that person is an absconder who cannot be otherwise safely diverted, or if that person represents an identifiable threat to the community. So like I said, if a technical pro violator exhibits violations of any of those 5 types of violations, well then we're enabled to place that person in a state of incarceration. Short of that, we have our sanctions that I just spoke about in response to other violations of a technical nature where we can respond. But we've also gotten, as a result of the act, secured community correction centers, violation centers in some states they're called, where a person is placed for a period of 6 months or up to 6 months for a first violation of parole, up to 9 months for a second violation, and up to 12 months for subsequent violations of parole, where a person is placed at these centers where they'll receive treatment and other interventions that address the violative behavior that placed them there to begin with.
Thank you.
So it came a long way for us, the Act 122.
And Rich, I would, we have about 2 minutes left for you, President.
2 minutes
I'm sorry,
left
just so
is
we can
fine.
get to everyone. But in terms of what you just said, the
Yeah.
economic impact of that, do you have that? Because this is one of the areas of reform and goals that we're working towards. How can we be more fiscally responsible and have a better impact?
Yeah, I think in a closing statement, I think I can answer that question. And I wrote this down, and this is another one of the phrases that a mentor of mine would oftentimes say, that if you can safely manage the person who is under community supervision in the community, well, then manage that person in the community. And I think that goes a long way in terms of thinking about who should be placed back behind a wall and who should be provided community intervention if appropriate, considering their risk and need. So.
Thank you so much. And I guess we all know that the cost of incarceration are pretty costly, but they won't get as robust of an intervention strategy as they would in the community, which are better, more effective uses of tax dollars.
Without a doubt.
Thank you. Next, we will talk to Mr. Mark Holden, who is the Policy Director for the Defender Association of Philadelphia, talking about our goal to be a more fiscally responsible system. How does the initiatives that we're embarking on, especially through MacArthur, help advance that notion? And I would ask if we can keep our comments to 10 minutes so that we can get to everyone in the, on the panel, please.
Sure. I'll keep it under 10 minutes. Thank you, Keir, and thank you, Council President Clark and Councilman Jones, for having this hearing and for inviting me. I want to talk briefly about first appearance. It is the point where bail is set by a bail magistrate within 24 hours of an arrest. That's a critical time both for the system and for the individual. So as Dean Holloway mentioned, from a systems perspective, it is when the system begins to work. It's the first time that a judge is together with attorneys from both sides, the district attorney and the defender, with an individual who's brought in by the police. And there are ripple effects to decisions that are made at pretrial hearings. If someone is detained, they are more likely to later be convicted. If they are detained, they're more likely to recidivate when they get out. So what happens at that first hearing is critically important to what will happen later throughout the process. The purpose of bail is the presumption of release, along with the least restrictive conditions, to ensure that an individual comes to court and that the public remains safe. I think it's important to note that bail was not designed to keep people in jail that are simply accused of a crime, but rather to give a way for individuals to remain free until their trial. And I think while it was supposed to be the exception, pretrial incarceration has become more of the rule. And I think we need to work to flip that back to the way it was designed. Two things that are looked at is risk of flight and dangerousness to the community. Now, in terms of flight, I'll just say briefly that many of the offenses that we see in Philadelphia, we're not dealing necessarily with highly sophisticated crime rings and an individual who has their passport and tickets waiting at home. You're dealing with someone who lives in Philadelphia, whose family's in Philadelphia, and this is where they're going to stay. They're not trying to leave the city, they're simply trying to be at home while they wait for their trial. And we know that most people released without bail in Philadelphia do return for their court date. And there are other steps that we're going to begin to take to help people remember their court dates, because unfortunately that is a common reason that people miss court. And there's also the dangerousness component, which my colleague to the left talked about risk. Pretrial services is going to really catapult us into the 21st century with more sophisticated, data-driven approaches to determining someone's risk, as opposed to simply what their lead charge is, because the lead charge they're accused of doesn't tell us very much about the conduct or about the person. I'd just like to note that in Philadelphia, 60% of our jail population is awaiting trial. So that's 60% that are presumed innocent and are sitting in jail while their presumption of innocence is intact. And the average length of stay is 95 days. That's 4 times the national average.
Mark, can I ask you,
Yes.
what would be the economic and social cost of that, what you just described?
Absolutely. So there's the clear economic cost of housing an individual, which can be $35,000 to $40,000 a year. There are lost wages for that individual, lost tax dollars. The impact on the family as well, and getting into social costs, we start to deal with, like I mentioned, loss of employment, loss of housing, and also individuals with serious mental illnesses that come into our jails with public benefits that they need. If they sit in our jails for more than 30 days, they lose those benefits. And so when they're released, they are going to be in a worse position than when they first came in. And so that can create more economic costs and social costs than if someone were properly supervising the community.
How is our work and your work, especially as the policy analyst at the Defender Association, helping to bring forth information about that's pertinent for the decision maker to say whether or not someone will that economic and social impact will have an adverse effect on the community and the person, and weigh those balances for public safety?
Right. So that's a great question. And so currently there is a representative from the Defender's Office at preliminary arraignments, but there's no opportunity to speak with that lawyer. So that lawyer has no information about you and isn't able to effectively advocate. And so we're going to try to change that through funding from the MacArthur Foundation to have individuals interviewed before they have their preliminary arraignment hearing, to ensure that we know about the individual, whether they have a job, whether they have housing that's relying on them, whether they have children that need them at home, and really get a more accurate picture of what the individual circumstances and the individual costs could be of pretrial incarceration, and helping the court understand for individuals where release might be appropriate, why it would be appropriate, and why the public could remain safe. Without a lawyer at those stages, it's very difficult to gather that sort of information. And research has shown us, in Baltimore, they did an early representation project, and it was determined that nonviolent offenders were 2.5 times more likely to be released when they had representation, 34% versus 13%. Those that did go to jail that were represented stayed a far less amount of time than those who were not. Those represented stayed 2 days instead of 9. So we have a lot of work to do to get down to that low of a number, but you can see the impact that council had, and they're 2 times as likely to be released the very same day they were brought in by police. That's important because after the 24-hour hearing, If you're not able to make bail immediately, you then get transferred to CFCF, and it takes longer to be processed and then longer to possibly gain your release. And lastly, I think it's important to note that when there is counsel, defendants in Baltimore felt that they were treated more fairly by the system. That's an important point that I think will be talked about later, but the perceptions of fairness is really important to whether or not an individual follows the conditions of their release. So they found that individuals who were represented were more likely to come to court and were more likely to abide by the conditions of release. So what we're talking about is trying to even the scales a bit and provide more information at this initial hearing that can help the courts make better decisions.
Thank you, Mark. And also go to our goal to be a more fiscally responsible system by using this model of representation that will bring about more social change and economic change that we need. I'm going to move to our second goal of our criminal justice system, and that is, does our system promote fairness? And I think Mary Catherine Roper from the ACLU is coming up to join the discussion of that panel discussion. But we'll start with this. When we're talking about does our system promote fairness, we want to make sure how we look at how do we address racial and economic disparities in the justice system. We all know the justice system has its largest impact on minority communities and also low-income communities. And so how do we address those things, as John Holloway stated before, how do we address two individuals that have two different profiles that commit the same offense? I think we're seeing all around the country the difference of the way we're treating heroin users and the way we've treated crack users in the past. And we're seeing two different mindsets come about as to how they should go in this system. One now is arguing that it's a public health issue, and one before was arguing that it's a criminality and public safety issue. So these things have to intersect in some real thoughtful discussions. And so I would ask Honorable Judge Lerner to talk about some of the procedural justice reforms that we are going to undertake, especially through this MacArthur initiative.
Thank you. My name is Ben Lerner. I am presently the Deputy Managing Director for Criminal Justice for the City of Philadelphia. That's a job that I've held for less than a month, and I won't be talking too much about that job because, frankly, I'm still learning what it's all about. So I'm completely the new kid on the block as far as this position. But I think it's fair to say I'm not the new kid on the block when it comes to Philadelphia's criminal justice system. I've been involved at various levels in that system for over 40 years of my career, 15 years as Chief Defender of Philadelphia, and almost 20 years as a judge on the Court of Common Pleas, all of which was spent in the criminal trial division. The first thing that I want to say by way of introduction, if you'll permit me, Keir, is that one thing I will say in connection with my new job. I personally am delighted to be invited to participate in the session here today because I think it's extremely important for this community that our efforts at criminal justice improvement and reform are collaborative. And by collaborative, I mean the administration, city council, the rest of the criminal justice community, and the general community. If we're not pulling in the same direction, eventually our efforts are going to be a lot less successful. And a perfect example of that collaboration and what it can accomplish was announced the day before yesterday when Mayor Kenney announced that the city had been chosen by the MacArthur Foundation to receive $3.5 million over the next 2 years in grant funding on the basis of a grant application designed by officials from every corner of the criminal justice system working together to come up with a plan to address many of the problems that you've heard the other speakers talking about. Problems of insufficient diversion, problems of an over-reliance on money bail that keeps poor people, and in this community, persons of color, in custody awaiting trial at a very inappropriately high and disparate rate. All of those things are going to be addressed, hopefully, successfully, by a continuation of the collaborative efforts of the people involved in this grant. But it's also extremely important, at least on the basis of my experience, I would say, it's extremely important for council to be effectively involved in this process, because council is the system's major link to the community. And ultimately, when we start implementing these practices that are described in the grant application, we are going to need the community's understanding and the community's support if we're going to be successful in doing this. And we won't have that support because we won't have that understanding without the active engagement of this council. So I also want to thank Council President Clark and Councilman Jones and his colleagues because we need you to make this work. You've heard a lot about bail hearings. You've heard a lot about violation of probation and parole hearings. You may have heard something before I got here about trials. I've had some experience in all of those areas. I understand the importance to individuals charged with crime of fair and dispassionate judicial proceedings. And I think that I understand the responsibility ultimately falls on the presiding judge, on our trial judges, both at the municipal court and the common pleas court level, in the family court division for juveniles, in the criminal trial division across the street, to ensure that proceedings are fair, that they are prompt, and that the decision-making is unbiased. We know as individuals, at least if we are honest with ourselves, that whatever our small p political leanings are, whatever our philosophies are in terms of human rights, civil rights, the balance between public safety and offender treatment and rehabilitation, we can be the most liberal people in the world. We can have been raised in the most liberal families in the world. But we're human beings, and all of us have implicit prejudices and implicit biases. The court throughout Pennsylvania recognized that several years ago when the Pennsylvania Supreme Court formed an ongoing standing committee on racial and gender bias and fairness. Out of that has come several concrete efforts, including implicit bias training mandatory for judges, to get us as individuals more sensitized to these issues of gender and racial bias and prejudice. Having attended one of those sessions personally, I can tell you that no matter how fair and liberal you think you are, you learn something and your thought processes. And when you learn something about that, you're in a position to do something about that. That's, I think, job one for the courts. Job 2 is to make sure that we have prompt, fair hearings, that we have effective representation for people who can't afford their own representation, which means in Philadelphia, almost 3/4 of the defendants who appear in our criminal court system. I want to give an example of that. I want to pick up from some things that the gentleman from the Probation and Parole Board said. When you are a judge and you have people on your probation, it's up to you in our system. I don't care what the rules say or what the procedures are. It's up to you as an individual judge to send a clear message to the state and First Judicial District probation and parole officials as to how carefully you want to monitor people who are on your probation, or in the county system also people who are on your parole. If you let them know that you want to be kept advised as to even technical alleged violations of your probation and parole, and that basically there's no alleged violation that's too trivial for you to be informed of, they will do that. If you don't, they won't. If you are a judge and you let the probation and parole officials know that, generally speaking, except in very, very specific categories, you want to decide what the consequences should be for a probation violator, or again on the county level, a parole or a probation violator. And you want to do that not simply on the basis of an exchange of emails between the department and you, but rather you want to do that in an open hearing in court with the defendant present, represented by counsel who's notified in advance of the allegations of violation and prepared to address them. They're going to do that. And if you don't, in many cases, they won't. That's just a specific example in a certain type of proceeding that I think demonstrates how the court system can and should demonstrate the required level of fairness and impartiality before making a decision. Commitments should not be automatic, except in cases where a defendant on probation and parole is charged with a new, serious, generally violent offense. Commitments under those circumstances ought to be because of the conscious, thoughtful decision of a judge after the judge has heard both sides. And even in those cases where commitments are automatic, where what's called an automatic detainer is lodged, it's the judge's responsibility to hold a prompt hearing if requested to see whether or not that detainer should remain, or whether or not it's fairer, more appropriate to release that defendant under whatever strictures are necessary to ensure his or her appearance until the open case is disposed of.
Thank you, Judge. I want to give the other panel members an opportunity to speak towards this, but if...
I'm done.
Are you done? Okay.
I'm done.
I didn't want to say anything to the former chief defender, just in case, give me any advice. Not being biased, but in talking about bias, I'm glad you mentioned something that's really fundamental to recognizing our own bias. Sometimes what we see is not a result of intentional acts, but unintentional tendencies for us to view a person in a certain way. Now, while there are some unintentional tendencies in our system that create this disparity, we still have to look at the fact that there is this disparity. And how do we deal with that? I keep coming back to the fact that we're looking at the different ways of dealing with drug users based on the profile of people who are coming in. And how do we get that same fairness or that same standard or level of compassion for everyone? I know, Mary Catherine Roper, you do a lot of work dealing with civil liberties for all. And what kind of initiatives have you seen that have gone to understanding the impact our system has on one community versus another? And can you explain to us what we need to do to kind of deal with some of the challenges we have?
Sure. So speaking from the perspective of an outside advocate, someone outside from of the system, we, whether it's the ACLU, CLS, other organizations, we generally have no more information than, you need me to get closer? I can do that. Than the general public. We hear from the general public, and we collect complaints, and we keep them in our own database, and we look at what issues are being brought to us. But those really are just anecdotes, and it has often been said the plural of anecdote is not data. Data is a different thing. Data is a deliberate effort to look at an issue and measure an issue, because what you do not measure, you cannot improve. You don't know whether you're improving. We know that many policies in the criminal justice system impact, well, in fact, all of them impact communities of color. Many of them impact communities of color disproportionately. And many of them have impacts that are not only more frequent, but more severe in communities of color, because people may be more economically vulnerable. So we heard about pretrial detention. That affects everyone, but it affects poor people more. And you will see that effect much more, of course, in communities of color where we have higher rates of poverty and more economic vulnerability, so that even if you're not in poverty, even if you have a job, but then you spend your 90 days in jail waiting for your trial, you no longer have a job. You may no longer have an apartment or custody of your children as well. None of these policies are aimed at impoverishing communities of color. That's just an effect. But it's an effect that we have to measure, and we have to then take responsibility for. So I will just talk about the area of policing, because that is something that we have a great deal to do with. What our experience is that you need several things to address impacts on community of color. You need to acknowledge those issues, and Keir was talking about some of the issues of implicit bias when people are not intending to behave any differently toward people of a different race or people of a different background, but they end up doing so. That is one of those things that you can, and I know the police department has engaged in training to try to address, but you do not know if that's effective unless you collect data and you look at data. So we have the example of stop and frisk. Our Philadelphia police officers have been filling out a form every time they stop somebody since the mid-90s. And it used to be that there was a position within the police department, an integrity and accountability officer, who would look at that data and generate reports and say, here's an effect you may not have been, you wouldn't have necessarily paid attention to. Here are racially disproportionate effects of policies that we believe are racially neutral, and maybe we need to look at those effects. Unfortunately, after some years, that position became vacant and ultimately was abandoned. And as a result, what you have then is, someone like the ACLU coming along later and saying, hey, we can look at the data too, and now we're going to file a lawsuit rather than having this addressed sort of internally. It is much better, of course, to not only have the data, but internally use it and be responsible for it, and take responsibility for it. An example, again, just from the world of stop and frisk here. We know that the police department had these reports for many, many years, but it wasn't anybody's job to look at them. Ultimately, after the litigation began, it became the inspector's jobs to look at them and generate reports on them, but it still wasn't anybody's job to do something with that information and those reports. Commissioner Ross now has made it his job to do something about those reports, and has instituted a new system of sort of top-down responsibility for what those reports show and what that data shows. That is an example of the kind of leadership that is frankly the only thing that is going to move the needle on policies that have disproportionate effects on communities that are vulnerable. We need the data, yes, and it can be helpful to have an outside agency like the ACLU, like any public accountability body or any member of the public looking at that data, but all we can do is identify the problem. Ultimately, what is going to be needed is a systematic collection, analysis, and then responsibility, taking responsibility within each department. Essentially, Commissioner Ross is the integrity and accountability officer for the Philadelphia Police Department, and that is a role that someone needs to take responsibility for. Judge Lerner talked about it being the responsibility of the president judge to ensure fairness in the court system. The buck has to stop somewhere. And so in talking about all these efforts to improve, virtually all of them, of course, are initiated by what we find in the data. And sometimes we have an opportunity, such as the MacArthur grant, to really sort of take a bold step to make a change. But I would suggest that the value of this committee is to look where we can find places, even without the wonderfulness of a MacArthur grant, to decide where the buck's going to stop, to find out where in our internal structures we're going to take responsibility for the effects that we can see. And I will say that, frankly, there's a great role that the public can play. But the public can't play that role without access to the information and access to the data. So I guess my sort of pitch here is twofold. To empower our accountability partners, some of whom are outside the city or outside the government, whether it's the public or organizations like the ACLU, other sort of watchdog accountability organizations. But the other then is rather than playing defense, what this initiative, right, and this whole program gives us an opportunity to do is to find places within the system where someone's going to say, okay, I'm going to be responsible for looking at that information and deciding what the next step is to deal with it. In some cases, we have all the tools we need, we have all the data we need. In some cases, we don't. This is a multi-pronged effort, but it's got to involve both collecting the information, analyzing the information, and then taking responsibility for the information. And I think that is really the whole purpose behind this step and this committee. Your outside accountability partners stand ready to help you with that and hopefully help you shy of litigation. We'd rather avoid that sort of thing as well. It is a marvelous opportunity, and we know how it works. And ultimately, what it takes is the commitment that we see and have seen in a number of areas, and we just need to spread that around.
Thank you, Mary Catherine. I think you're right on the money with respect to the impact and looking at the data and having an independent committee come up with some kind of recommendations on what we do, what's practical, and make more creative solutions available to us when we're looking at, I think some of the things that go into that are there areas where there's kind of police saturation, and if there are, does that create more of an opportunity for low-income residents or people of color to be stopped and be contacted by law enforcement? So some of those things that we have to look at, it's really kind of an effect of what's going on in the communities, but also it's having an impact that can be detrimental to many. Lastly, we're going to move to our third goal, which is how does our system promote public safety? Of course, we all, no matter what hat we wear, want to be safe in our communities, and this is a prime goal of our system. One of the things that we talk about often with public safety is wondering, are we catching the people that are causing the most terror in our communities? But public safety opportunities also work when we are looking at the people we are bringing in and helping to make them more effective citizens when they come out, giving them the resources that they need, making sure we understand who they are, and not making them more desperate. So community safety and public safety has so many different layers, but I would like to ask Councilman Curtis Jones to talk about the work that he has done and the information that he has gathered in looking at different ways to promote public safety to helping individuals who come to the system.
I just want to say, Madam Chair was an excellent selection. She is moving us through this process in an effective way, and I just want to, for the record, say thank you.
Thank you.
You second that? You want to keep her in that position. So, yeah, that is...
That's why he wants to say that.
You got me. I just wanted to also say that as a council member and chair of public safety, my colleague and I, Councilman Kenyatta Johnson, share this passion on council. And it is our intention to take what we learn here and apply it to the budget process. So everything that we say, do, and recommend should be at least in a problem statement, a suggested solution, and a way to plug it into what exists or create what is necessary. I think one of the things I noticed when President Obama sneezes, the United States of America catches a cold. But in the case of justice reform, when he starts to evaluate the process and problems associated with criminal justice, here locally we catch on. And I think that's an important statement of time of where we are with an opportunity before us to really, really make an impact. That is not to say that people who have come before us have not done a good job of doing this. Whether you talk about CJAB or PCCD at the state level, they've paved the way for this. But we are in this chamber are now paying attention. I've heard most of you testify before, sitting in those tables right over there, and I actually listen. But I won't say that we, balancing our city's priorities, didn't take this as the premier thing to do at the time. I can assure you, because of President Obama and what President Clark has prioritized, we are now. We are listening, paying attention, and are going to do what we need to do to make this successful. So, right now, as we speak, approximately 7,500 men and women are sitting on State Road in overcrowded conditions. It prompted a debate in these chambers about whether we should proceed to build a $500 million new city institution to house them, or to start to discuss alternatives to incarceration that we find ourselves discussing today. We realized that 80% of them were waiting a trial, many of them there because they could not afford bail, being punished in effect because they are poor. Many of these inmates would be free because of their nonviolent nature of their offense, and if we had alternatives to incarceration and alternatives to our bail sentencing structure. This is not just a local issue. It is a national issue and of national concern. It is a moral imperative, but it is also an economic priority. Because at this point, we realize that 1/3 of the city's budget goes to public safety. So we're not cutting costs if we're not attacking this problem in a meaningful way. It costs approximately, and I've heard different figures depending on your cost accounting system, $120 a day to incarcerate. Roughly about $126 million annually to take care of State Road individuals. It's approximately, on average, a 6-month waiting period. 6 months waiting period. So if that, I went to public school, but if you do the math, at $34,000 a year, I believe that's close to University of Penn tuition costs. You could probably send some of these young men and women to an Ivy League school. And whether you are as my colleague, one of my colleagues accused me of being a hug-a-thug kind of guy, or one of more Tea Party conservatives, it's something we both can agree on. Because if you want to save a soul, there are alternatives to incarceration to do it. If you don't care about the soul, you care about your wallet, there are ways to contain costs through these alternatives to incarceration. So whether you're from a red state or a blue state, we can agree on the state and condition of justice. And there's a better way, a fiscally sound way to approach it. And I'm not under the illusion that some individuals do not belong incarcerated. The Daily News chronicled one of my childhood friends that I had, and it was almost a neighborhood party when he went away to prison because he was a menace to our community, and we knew it. And crime rate went down in Winfield, maybe 40% because he went away. But there are individuals who do not deserve that fate. So we want to be driven by facts and not fear, and we're going to apply them to our budget process of this year. So 2 examples of what we might consider as a result of some of our research is the Red Hook example out of Brooklyn, New York, where they have a justice center in Red Hook community in New York, where they actually have made a priority of the community what crimes they believe should be given particular attention. And they addressed that priority annually. What they also went and did was applied a one-judge, one-case management system, which takes an individual through that process and allows for it to be more personalized and for them to get to know the individual. They applied social workers, case workers, and codified cases. So if you had a case that was going to cause you to be incarcerated 90 days, it was going to make you lose your job, you were going to go back on child support, you were going to get kicked out of public housing. They combined all of those cases. And in a cost-effective manner, we're able to deliberate and adjudicate those individual cases. It just made sense. What I remembered most from the trip, and it was my second trip up there, when in the first trip, it was a young Hispanic male who had been a drug dealer because he lost his license because he was behind in child support. He wasn't good at it. He kept getting caught. So he signed up for the alternative to incarceration, and the judge looked at it, and he allowed us behind the bench, and we looked at some of his particulars, and in fact, he could go back to limo driving, which is big up there, and wanted to do so. And so he arranged it so that he would pay some of his restitution through day reporting. He would clean up alleyways and driveways, remove graffiti, and then during the day at around 12 o'clock, he would come in, get a soup, some sandwich, and then deal with his personal issues, get a GED. When he got done being sentenced, he jumped up happy. And I'm like, well, this definitely isn't CJC, Toto, this ain't Kansas. But when he got finished, he asked the judge, Judge, can you do me a favor and sentence my girlfriend? Because she doesn't have her high school diploma either. And what the judge said was yes, because any service someone accused of a crime can get in this building, people who are regular citizens can also do too, which doesn't pit individuals who run afoul of the law against individuals who often say to me, well, what do I have to do to get some particular attention? Do I have to commit a crime? Councilman Johnson, you feel that too. So we looked at that, and this is something that is unique to each neighborhood, because I'm from West Philly, Councilman Johnson's from South Philly. The issues may be similar on the surface, but when you dig down, are very different. And so that concept has to be tailor-made to community justice. Second concept that we looked at was a little closer, and I was perplexed when I found out one of the models that they're raising nationally is in Pittsburgh, in Allegheny County. And what they do is they have a day reporting center. Now, one of my colleagues, Councilwoman Blackwell, raised that issue several years back and was beaten about the head politically for raising the concept of putting forth a day reporting center. But we are at a time where we have to consider that. These individuals are not from Mars, and they will return home someday. The question becomes, will they be supervised or left unto their own devices? I would submit to those who are concerned to allow them a supervised way to re-enter the community in a meaningful way that we can guide their path. This concept they had, which was interesting, is the Allegheny Day Reporting Center. It deals with the cost of it was annually $105,000. And it reduced jail bedding, it reduced rearrest, it reduced recidivism, and diverted traditional probation and day reporting centers to a one-stop shop where individuals were treated in a case management style. The analysis took 519 offenders who received referrals to day reporting centers, taught them interview skills, employment search skills, community service skills, to close to, and now is expanded to approximately 1,200 offenders. What was interesting to me was that these individuals felt like they had immediate response to their offenses, but also felt that they were welcomed back into the community. This is not for everybody. There are some people that actually, we need to make more room for. But there are individuals that are worth fighting for and worth saving, that we need to be able to separate the wheat from the chaff. And whether you're a conservative or a liberal, it is the moral thing to do, but it is the cost-effective thing to do that I would hope that this committee takes a hard look at and that we begin to implement through our budget. What I've discovered in my research, and I'm not an expert by any means, is that most of the ingredients for these successful programs, whether you talk about Red Hook or you talk about Allegheny County, we found we have the ingredients for. Mm-hmm. What is different today is that we are breaking down silos and that we are not being turf protective, but trying to do what is in the public good. The question becomes, for me and for my colleagues, how long does good take and how much does good cost? And if we're committed to this process, we should reap the benefits of it over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. What you just said is excellent, and I really think that this is something that Philadelphia could take a look at. Some of what you said is how much does it cost and what does it take, but also the social impact is clear, that it does help people become better citizens when they go through this process and get all of what they need instead of just being punitive in nature. And I think one of the things that we need to do, like you said before, is educate the public in profiling these individuals. And I will call or ask George Mosey to talk about some of the programs that the DA's office has, and also talk about who are the individuals that you are looking at going through these diversionary programs. Some of the problem is DAs are afraid to take this leap because they're looked at as being soft on crime. So could you give us the psychology around why diversionary programs are so important and who they're for?
So just to follow up on some of the things that Councilman Jones said, what's really critical to the diversion process is deciding which cases are the right cases, which individuals are the right individuals, and you can't do that without information. And so that really requires that we break down those silos, because what those silos did for the most part was they insulated us from the information that other stakeholders had. We grapple with the school district all the time about providing information, but I'm happy to say that Kevin Bethel's program is effective because he gets the information necessary to make an intelligent decision about which young people to divert. Remember, we're not talking about robbers, rapists, people who commit aggravated assault. We're talking about people who have made a bad choice, who for the most part have demonstrated to be nonviolent. But that doesn't mean that we don't need all the information that we can possibly gather about them, not just to make the right decision with regard to diversion, but to provide them with the services, the help that they need, which will be best in terms of making sure that we never see them again. I think that's the goal of everybody here. In order to do that, a diversion program has to provide supervision. You know, you talked about the day reporting centers. We established 2 in juvenile justice right here in Philadelphia, and I believe that the percentage of young people who don't show up for court, which is what they're designed to ensure, is only 5%. But what those programs do is that they do more than just supervise. They provide substantive instruction. And so it supplements what they may or may not be receiving in school. It helps to ensure that they are able to engage in wholesome activities. All those things help not just to ensure that we know where they are, but it helps to change the mindset, which is something, if not overcome, then they're not going to show up in court. And if they do, they're not going to do the things that they need to do to turn their lives around. I think case management is something that's imperative. You know, often we're talking about people who didn't know that there were resources out there that could help them. Case managers will direct them to those resources. The families as well. Family therapy. That's the kind of substantive programming, and I think the treatment has to be particularized. You know, there used to be this cookie-cutter approach where everybody got the same thing. You know, you have to drop urines, even though there was no history of drug abuse. You know, so why do we have them doing urinalysis if they've never presented with that problem? So we take it a case by case, not just to make sure that it's the right kind of crime, but to make sure that we're providing the right kinds of services. When we take these approaches, and you know, I like what you said, whether your interest is purely because you want to help people or because you're concerned about your wallet, diversion makes sense. It allows prosecutors to devote their limited resources, as well as everybody else in the system. And please, let me correct you. You said these are district attorney programs. These programs would not exist unless everyone came together, collaborated. Certainly the Defender Association has been critical, the courts critical to this process, the school district. Everybody has to come together. We have to be on the same page. We have to work it out so that there's a memorandum of understanding. And in the end, any result is attributed to all of us. And so we have been able to do that in Philadelphia. I would say that one of the best examples is with regard to drug abusers. Way back in 1997, before people started talking about drug use as a disease, Philadelphia developed the first treatment court in Pennsylvania, which allows felony drug abusers to receive treatment and to avoid a record if they'll simply work to overcome the problem that they have. One of the things that really makes these programs efficient is because we don't have to devote the time and energy to them that we otherwise would if they went to trial. You know, trial is more than just 12 people sitting in the box or a judge hearing the evidence and reaching a sentencing determination. It's also all the motions. It's the arraignment. It's the discovery. It's testing the drugs. All that can be avoided through diversion. That saves a tremendous amount of money. And what diversion does is it can expedite the release from pretrial detention or incarceration. Because if I know somebody's going to be in a program that satisfies all these needs that I was talking about, then I feel a lot safer in allowing them to leave prison. Finally, you know, you're going to hear an awful lot about boots on the street. And Kevin used that term earlier. Well, you know, Commissioner Ross is telling everybody that he's short on cops. So we have to do something to make sure that they're out there protecting us rather than sitting over in the criminal justice center drinking coffee. And if we divert the case, if they don't have to testify at that motion, at that detention hearing, at the trial, well, then they can be out there protecting us. So we identify the right people. We're assured that we're not doing it in a way that sacrifices public safety. And in the end, the hope is, and what I believe the statistics will bear out, is that we've effectively addressed the presenting problems so that we don't see these people again.
Thank you so much. You know what, let me just say, I want to thank you for just correcting me and making sure that everyone knows that this is a collaborative effort. The district attorney has a lot of power in deciding whether or not they're going to make this available to people, but it does take a collaborative effort to do it. One of the things that I also want to explain about diversion programs is that a real meaningful diversion program will also give someone a second chance if they have worked for it, meaning it will not allow someone to have a record of conviction, which kind of leads us into our last and final panelist who can talk about some of the barriers to reentry and reaching that middle-class citizenship, which people want to reach, but for the fact that now they are labeled as felons or have a lot of legislative acts that prohibit them from, you know, what we call living. And so Sharon Dietrich, could you tell us about some of the information that you, or say initiatives that you have started, or the, you know, education that you have hoped to share with all of us about those reentry barriers?
Thank you, Keir. And I want to also join all the other speakers in thanking Councilman Jones, Madam Chair, for having involved me in this important hearing today. So I'm a lawyer with Community Legal Services, and I represent the part in Keir's diagram that I think is actually not even there, but is the most important part in a way. It's the long stretch that comes after you come out of the system, because dealing with the system does not stop, not one bit, when you have completed all the steps that have been laid out today. Then there's a part called the rest of your life. And if you think that going through the system has nothing to do with that, you've successfully graduated, you are not living the experience of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city who've been through the system and still have the consequences of that every day of their life. When I came to CLS as a young employment lawyer almost 30 years ago, my God, I did the things that all the rest of the employment lawyers in Philadelphia did, most of them in the private bar, but it was the same kind of thing. We represented people in discrimination cases, we did unemployment cases, things of that nature. Now, almost all of my time is spent sitting in rooms like this, talking about criminal justice and the impact on people's employment. And a graph that we have, Stacy, thank you, that represents what I'm talking about in terms of the dire consequences on people with criminal records is CLS's intake. This is the intake in our employment operations. It represents everything that we do for people who come in with an employment-related problem, low-income people in the city of Philadelphia. The red bar is our overall intake for all kinds of employment cases. The blue bar is just cases about criminal records. People who come in and say, my record in some way, shape, or form is keeping me from getting a job, has caused me to be fired, I've got an inaccurate background check, I'm not allowed to work in the profession I trained for, on and on and on and on. And you can see that both of those bars have been rising up over time, and the more of the blue bar that we have, people with criminal records, the more the red bar that we have. It's the biggest thing that right now we do at CLS for people in Philadelphia who have employment-related problems. And I'm here to tell you that these consequences do not depend on how old your record is or how severe it is. In our experience, you cannot have a record that's old enough or minor enough that you can be guaranteed it has no impact on you. In fact, we see people every day who come to CLS for an expungement for non-convictions, because even the cases that resulted in them walking out, sometimes out of the police station, not even to arraignment. They weren't charged, but they were fingerprinted. Those are still having impact on them. People who had summary offenses from years ago. I represented a woman whose big offense was disorderly conduct, making a loud noise. I kid you not, a summary offense, also known as driving while black in the suburbs, which is how she essentially had come up with that conviction. She was fired from a good job just because she had that on her record. So that is what we are dealing at the far end of this continuum, and that's what I want to talk about a little bit today. Next slide, Stacy. So are collateral consequences a public safety matter? Absolutely, positively they are. Because when people have gone through the system, they need to be able to participate in life as those people who haven't gone through the system know it. They need jobs, they need education, they need a place to live. But 90% of employers are doing background screening. 80% of landlords, 60% of colleges and universities are asking people, do you have a criminal record? And many of them are actually going the further step and doing background screening as well. And so there's a demonstrated connection, not just based on the anecdotes that we see at CLS, lots of anecdotes, as you can tell from the numbers, but there's a wonderful paper out of Villanova University that talks about the fact of hypercriminalization in the last 2 decades has increased poverty by 20%. So there is a real connection between people living in desperate situations and having a criminal record. And people need hope. They need to know that when they've done everything that's been asked of them in the system, that they're going to be able to move forward with their lives. And unfortunately, at this point, there are too many players out there in the world of employment, of housing, of education that don't know what it means to have a criminal record. To them, you know, you got this thing on your rap sheet, you're a criminal. And so that's what we're trying to address in a lot of the systemic work that CLS has been doing, and that many people in this room today are doing. So I wanted to talk about some of the recent victories. Of course, this city council, under Councilman Jones's terrific leadership, recently amended the Fair Criminal Records Screening Standard, which is a mouthful. Some people call it ban the box. I actually don't like that name at all because I feel like it doesn't give us the full breadth of what the law now does. The law specifically puts up some standards that employers have to follow in order to hire people fairly. I like to call it a fair hiring ordinance. And so, for one thing, an employer's got to make a conditional offer of a job before they do the background screening. That way, if they turn you down, you know the reason was because of your background. It requires individual assessments. You can't just say, oh, there's something on the rap sheet. It gives you some guidance as an employer about what factors you're supposed to consider. And what I think is the most important part of this law is that it has a 7-year limitation on consideration of convictions. That is huge. And it is squarely consistent with criminology research now that shows that people who have been in the system do not necessarily present heightened risk over time. If they have gone certain periods of time without recidivating, they present no more risk than the regular citizen walking down the street. So 7 years is thought of as the outside limits for many crimes like drugs or theft. Actually, the period in which you present no more risk than the rest of the population is 3 to 4 years. So why do we have employers and landlords and colleges disqualifying people for life? It just doesn't make any sense logically or from a policy basis. The next exciting thing I want to tell you about is that a couple of weeks ago, Governor Wolf signed Act 5. What Act 5 does is, for the first time, allows misdemeanor convictions to be sealed. That means that those employers, those landlords, those colleges do not get those convictions, those misdemeanor convictions, after 10 years if you have stayed out of trouble. It is in some ways a limited law. There are many exceptions to this law as it was written, but it is the first time that Pennsylvania is allowing misdemeanors to be sealed, and at least that's an important next step. It puts us more squarely within the middle of the states in the country. There are states in this country that allow felony convictions to be expunged. We're so far from that, but at least we finally moved on to misdemeanors. That law goes into effect in November, and I hope you hear a whole lot more about the specifics of it between now and then. And finally, CLS and Pro Bono Council brought a lawsuit called Peek versus the Commonwealth, which the day before the end of 2015 ruled that lifetime bans on people being allowed to work in the healthcare industry are unconstitutional under our state constitution. Very important ruling that is going to have to be extended to other areas of the law as well. So I will leave you with some pending initiatives. A really exciting thing, there's been discussion of the bipartisan nature of criminal justice reform right now. We have our own version of that in Harrisburg right now, and you all know not a lot of bipartisan things go on in Harrisburg. Sometimes it seems like no bipartisan things, even the budget goes on in Harrisburg. But here we have a bill that was introduced, what we're calling our clean slate bill, introduced by Scott Wagner, who is a senator who's often considered one of the most conservative people in Harrisburg. And Senator Wagner, along with Anthony Williams from the city, and on the House side, Cheryl Delosier, who's also a Republican and the prime sponsor, along with Jordan Harris, also from the city of Philadelphia. They have both sponsored a bill that would automate sealing. So rather than people going into court one at a time in order to get their expungement or sealing petitions, 10 years has gone by, you have a non-violent misdemeanor, boom, it gets sealed by computer query. 5 years after your summary offense, you haven't recidivated, boom, it gets sealed by computer query. All of those non-convictions, 60 days after they're done, they are going to be sealed up. Now, that is something that could have a huge impact, and given the bipartisan nature of the support already, in the Senate already 24 people sponsored the bill, which means we're close to what we need to pass it out of that chamber. It's a very exciting prospect. The second thing I want to mention is that CLS has been having lots of conversations with people in this room and elsewhere about subsidized work. It is not, frankly, realistic to think that people are going to come out of jail and all of them get jobs in the private labor economy. Nope. Those employers who are not even giving my client who had the making a loud noise summary conviction a job are not going to be hiring people who came out of jail last week. One of the ways that we can help people with records who are facing severe barriers to work, get jobs, is to create jobs for them. And we need to talk about how we're going to make that happen. There are a lot of efforts underway at CLS to work on that. And finally, the Peak decision that found lifetime bans on employment to be unconstitutional has to be expanded into other areas where there are lifetime bans. That includes working in schools, and we're not just talking about teaching staff, we're talking about bus drivers and cafeteria workers. Many important jobs are in our schools. And also working with children, we still have lifetime bans there. Are we arguing that people who present a risk should be in those jobs? Of course not. But by the same token, we are saying that lifetime bans and lifetime consequences on people who've been through the system simply makes no sense from a public policy perspective and from a public safety perspective. So hopefully that will be one thing we address as this commission's work rolls forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. That was really an excellent discussion on some of the barriers to promote public safety and reentry. But also, it is an education for people to understand that there are so many people that are walking around with a record. And when we say record, we don't mean a conviction. We mean an arrest, something that didn't even delve into a conviction that can stop and people from getting jobs, housing, other viable things to keep them sustained in their communities. So we have to do more education around how that is affecting people and look at the policies that we have in place that can help. I think we are pretty much done with our panel discussion. However, I did want to talk about Julie Wertheimer, who's from the mayor's office, to talk about how we're addressing reentry also by giving people some of the tools that they need to be more productive citizens and find those jobs when they become available through the efforts of CLS.
Thank you, Kier. So a few of the things the city does, there's the Office of Reintegration Services, which is now a division under the Philadelphia prison system, which offers support services not only for those returning from our county facilities on State Road, but any Philadelphian, with a very few exceptions, returning from some form of incarceration. So we have case managers, social workers on site who do an evaluation and try to assess what the major needs and priorities are. There's cognitive behavioral therapy courses, preliminary job training. We also work with the Commission on Literacy and My Place initiative to offer educational services. And an example of those wraparound services that we've been piloting, we have a Second Chance Act grant from the Department of Justice. And when I say we, it's a joint effort between the city, the defender, the DA, and also, of course, the courts, to help us determine individuals that can go into this program. And then it's a comprehensive wraparound service that includes a housing pilot, which is something that we haven't done before, to evaluate the efficacy of providing housing directly, knowing that this is a major challenge for a lot of individuals coming out of incarceration and a significant need especially to help them get and retain employment. In addition, there's the Philadelphia Reentry Coalition, which, while coordinated by the city, actually represents individuals at all levels of government, as well as service providers, activists, community stakeholders. Some of the leadership is here today. And they just completed last fall a strategic planning process for what reentry should look like in Philadelphia throughout the entire city, not just city government. And so they're addressing a lot of those same areas and issues that we touched on before: education, employment, housing, understanding the need for behavioral health services, trauma, addiction services, and how we can coordinate better as an entire system to address these challenges and barriers.
Thank you, Julie. It sounds like we have the making of the Red Hook model with what you're doing already, so it seems like we can combine those efforts and look at day reporting centers as a viable option. We may be able to make a huge impact. I think now we're done with our panel presentation, and so any questions? I see Councilman Johnson's light.
Sure. Thank you. First, I want to thank all my panelists, thank all of the panelists for your very informative presentations, and also thank you for moderating and keeping the dialogue and discussion moving forward, as well as my colleague, Chairman of Public Safety, Councilman Curtis Jones, and also Co-Chair, I'm going to say Deputy Commissioner Bethel. It's not the case anymore, but glad to have you back in this capacity as well, and all the panelists. One aspect I just wanted to touch on that I'm always looking at is the issue of reentry as a matter of public safety, because I'm always running into young men, old and young, who come home and they're struggling to stay on the right path. They may not have that support system, trying to figure out first and foremost how to put money in their pocket because they may be staying with a young lady. Young ladies say, hey, you stay here, you have to pay bills. They go out trying to find a job, scared to say that they have a criminal background and maybe work a little bit, then get fired after there's a background check, and so that can be discouraging. If you don't have the proper support system to keep you motivated, then it's easy when somebody come up and say, hey, we can run up in this person's house and take, something from them, or we can go rob or do something that you shouldn't be doing to make money. And so when we look at the employment barriers and begin looking at thinking outside the box, maybe more entrepreneurship programs for young men who come home. I'm always proud when I see young guys at 25th and Passyunk selling waters, right? And I'm like, at least they're selling waters as opposed to crack, to be quite frank with you. But they're taking the entrepreneurial spirit and trying to do something that's positive as opposed to something that's negative. But separate from the employment component, I want to make sure that we continue to always look at mental health, right? Because also there's a mental health and drug addiction component. A lot of these young guys self-medicate before they actually do certain crimes, or they just always self-medicating, and that plays off until when a conflict happens, they just respond as opposed to thinking because you're high on either PCP or some type of pills. But the mental health component is something definitely that we can, I would like to at least stay on the radar as we talk about re-entry and looking at criminal justice reform, but also making sure as we move forward, I know we talk about the state, but a federal discussion, because often if you come home and you take a training program in penitentiary and you come home and you're on the right path and you want to go back to college, well, you can't get financial aid if you have a felony. So you're excluded from going and following you're excluded from pursuing your higher education because you can't get financial aid. So that's something that has to be addressed on a federal level. Same thing with housing. Certain types of public housing you're just disqualified from. And you meet older individuals who need public housing that men and women have come to my office who have felonies, who are struggling, living house to house, living with friends, and that also perpetuates that cycle of crime and violence, which is a public safety issue, because if you aren't given the opportunity to rebuild your life, then you'll go back and continue doing something that's negative. And so very informative discussion to Mr. Lerner. I'm very interested in seeing how we will move forward with the grant from the MacArthur Foundation. I think that's great. I think the city of Philadelphia should be applauded for being picked, and hopefully this will become a model for other cities to follow. And at some point in time, we will have to look at how we just housing individuals as opposed to really focusing on rehabilitation and proper treatment of individuals who return back to the communities. And so just thank all of you for your dedication and your service on this critical issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilman Johnson. We're going to take questions, but I just want to quickly respond to some of the things you said. When you talk about reentry, we're not just talking about providing tools and resources for programming. We need to be talking about the psychology that people have. And I think that we have embarked on a very, I feel like it's going to be a positive initiative in mentoring, using the churches in a way that they understand poverty and the psychology that comes with poverty, so that the mentality of who you need to hang with, of what you need to do, and should you be living with this woman if you know you don't have the opportunity to de-escalate your anger.
But if you got kids,
well, I mean, there's sometimes you have to, you can still be a father.
Because we can also look at And we're in agreement, so
Yeah.
we're talking about the same thing. I'm just giving real life anecdotes of what I see, but you do the same work, actually on the ground more than I do. You take child support, right? You should take care of your responsibilities, so I'm all for that, right? But you got some guys that may have done 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and the young lady that they have a child with is on public assistance. So automatically when you come home, it's called in the arrears, you're already $10,000, $20,000 in debt soon as you come out.
Sure.
Right? And then you have decisions to make. And that puts pressure on the person. Not skirting away their responsibility. I'm always going to say you should man up and address your responsibilities. But however, in terms of the system also put individuals who are in those type of circumstances who may have done time, want to come home and get their lives together, and they say, well, wow, I owe the government $25,000, $40,000, and the little bit of money that I'm making, they're taking half of my checks. And if I miss 1 or 2 payments, then you put me in prison. And then so that's that whole mentality kicks in, well, how do I address this in terms of surviving and still being a productive member of society? And so we're saying the same thing. And when you talk about the psychology also, and I don't want to keep going on and on, but reentry starts before the individual comes home. Reentry starts, that's why we go to Greater Fort like every other month or every 2 or 3 months, because we try to prepare some of the individuals who will be coming back home, the mentality of what to expect once they arrive back in the streets, and not in this particular case, the city of Philadelphia, but that's just my 2 cents on it.
What we've seen with the mentoring and partnering with churches is that they have the ability to address the mentality in real life situations, not away from their community or friends or relationships, but while they're dealing with the relationships that often have the adverse effect of putting them back in the same situations. So I think we should explore equipping churches and community organizations to understand how to help people with make good decisions on what you do when you feel desperate enough because you owe so much money. How do you deal with that in a realistic way? There are ways that you can go and ask someone to be reasonable about the financial burden that is placed on you and what you have. But people don't often follow those paths. Instead, they do nothing, or they go back to the point of desperation. We as criminal justice stakeholders don't have a way to deal with that in real life. But people in the community, especially mentoring and partnering with churches, do, because they can offer a real analysis of what's going on in that community. So I would suggest that we do more with that. And I see someone's, I'm sorry. This is where.
Yeah, when I think about things like that, I think about hardware and software, right? And when I talk about hardware, I talk about those things that every offender needs when they come back to a community. They're going to need a place to live. They're going to need a job. They're going to need benefits. They're going to need treatment. But then I also talk about software. I talk about those criminogenic needs that are the primary drivers of crime, the antisocial values, the companions, the criminal thinking errors that puts a person in a frame of mind that believes it's okay to engage in criminal behavior when they're responding to something that may be an external force. And I think we need to be real careful when we talk about things and not confuse responsivity issues, which are important, but they are not criminogenic needs, and they're not the primary drivers of crime. Drug treatment and employment are criminogenic needs, but they're not the primary drivers of crime. They're important, and they need to be considered. So we just, as we proceed with these discussions, we need to really keep in mind the research and what are the primary drivers of recidivism.
So, and I don't want to dominate this whole conversation, but I need you to clarify that statement for me, because when we talk about most crime being in areas of high poverty, right, where people have a lack of education, there's a lack of employment.
Right.
Just elaborate on me the actual, if you're saying that there are actually needs, but not prime drivers.
Right.
Just elaborate on what the actual drivers would be.
And where the research is coming from. And how old the research is. And who the research
So we're going to,
is.
wait a minute, because after this, we have to go to Mr. Rojas and then Mr. Cobb.
What I'm talking about is I'm talking about the cognitions, about how people think. I'm talking about the criminogenic thinking errors. I'm talking about the antisocial values, the antisocial beliefs that people have that drive the criminal thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the cognitions. Because someone is employed, because someone has a place to live, although is an important thing to have, it's sort of like which comes first, the chicken or the egg. I mean, every offender needs those things when they come back, and they're important. But it's the thinking errors that drive the recidivism. It's not the fact that the person is well off socioeconomically or have a place to live. Although they're important and do contribute, they are not the primary drivers. And I would suggest that if we look for research, we would look to the University of Cincinnati with Dr. Ed Latessa's work in that area. So.
Can I go to Mr. Rojas? You have extensive work in the community, and I know you had a question or a statement. Please feel free.
I just want to first of all thank the Madam Chairperson for conducting this meeting. I think you kept everybody in line. A lot of important information was imparted. But I want to go back to something that was said earlier by Mr. Lerner in terms of cultural competency. Right now, there's an issue in this city, in this country, that it's them versus us. And them versus us is driven by policies. And the mindset is, if you're not at the table, you're usually on the menu. And a lot of our kids feel that they're on the menu when it comes to the criminal justice system. My question and my challenge to everyone on this panel is, what are we doing? What kind of strategies are we using for that funnel? If you look at a funnel and certain people get through that funnel to the end, what do we do to broaden that funnel so that more persons of color are getting jobs on the front end, which is the police department and the judges, and on the back end in the probation department? The prisons is fine. Where diversity is really working at the prison. Our kids need to see a mentor. They need to see a role model that is part of the policy-making decisions in our systems. And my question to each one here is really take into consideration bringing people to the table that are from minority backgrounds, that can bring that cultural competency that's happening on the judicial side across the board to all of the departments in the criminal justice system.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rose. And I mentioned briefly an initiative that we began and we're looking at now is a mentoring partnership with Big Brother, Big Sister to service our youth when they are charged or even caught with committing an offense that's, we would say, more so immature in nature, and they can grow out of it with the right mentoring and guidance. We're using more like a grassroots initiative for people in their own community to deal with these kids and provide them with that space and opportunity to grow and make mistakes in a healthy manner. So this is it is a great program. It's not one that has gotten a lot of attention yet, but it's one that I've seen personally work really well to address the needs of youth coming into our juvenile justice system. And I would recommend that we really strongly look at that model that's still going today. It's going on in Montgomery County. Ted Qualley was a very big factor in helping bring that to fruition, and it's a good program that's helping kids way more than what the resources in the juvenile justice system we have to do as far as the psychological effect. Mr. Cobb, you had a question?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson. I think I just want to start by saying thank you to Councilman Jones for realizing that people who have been impacted by the criminal justice system need to be a part of bringing forth viable solution. So as a person who has served 6.5 years in prison for robbery, kidnapping, criminal conspiracy, and violation of the Uniform Firearms Act, I want to add a different perspective to how we actually drive this effort. What's lacking thus far, and we're only getting started, is looking at the humanity of each and every individual in which we're talking about. I know that we're talking about systems and we're talking about numbers, and it's very abstract. Some of the language that we're using are driving subliminal thoughts and subliminal biases by calling individuals offenders or inmates or felons. We're people. And if we all have the ability to keep that in mind as we lead an effort to reform our criminal justice system, our humanity will help us produce very viable outcomes. Just really briefly. So I am an expert on criminal justice reform, as it is actually my job. I have been leading criminal justice reform throughout the nation for about 15 years now. Much of what is coming out of Washington, D.C. is being led by people who are formerly impacted. President Obama has made it his mission, his legacy, to ensure that the people closest to the problem, who are closest to the solution, are literally at the table and no longer on the menu. So with saying that, I just have a question in regards to probation and parole, and whether or not they have identified ways to reduce the number of people that are reintroduced into the system that has not been able to be implemented for any reason, whether it's financial, whether it's a lack of human resources. Is there something else that's on the table? Because I think all of us are talking about reform and we're talking about reducing the number. So I just want to know if there's something that you guys have that you just haven't been able to do for any reason.
What I can talk about is I can talk about a couple of things. I can talk about our ASCR agents. And you might know some of them here in town. We have 5 ASCR agents. They're called Assessment Sanctioning Community Resource Agents, headed by a very, very good man, very good pro manager named Christian Stevens here in town. And they are parole agents that, state parole agents that do not carry caseloads. But they are tasked with being in the community, developing community resources, identifying the community resources, understanding what they are, and making them available and known to our state parole agents as they make referrals. I can also talk about what ASCR agents do in terms of running cognitive intervention groups with offenders. We run groups of medium and high-risk offenders who have a demonstrated need in terms of possessing those antisocial values and beliefs and cognitions that are the primary drivers of recidivism. And we intervene and run those groups inside each of our district offices and in other places around the city of Philadelphia and statewide. Our issue, I would say, is capacity. Our capacity of 5 state parole agents in the city of Philadelphia and about 30 statewide gives us a challenge to reach a population of 40,000. We need more community providers that provide this sort of intervention, this sort of cognitive intervention, like Thinking for Change, like the NCTI curriculum that we run, whether it's breaking barriers. It's those sorts of cognitive interventions that we need more support, in my estimation, from the community, because frankly, although it's done within the state prison to a large degree, our issues and our challenges are mainly dosage, the amount of time we have to work with someone, and the capacity to respond to that need. Frankly, if those are 2 wish list items, I would certainly give you those 2. I also want to talk about a program that we've started at the state level. It's called EPICS, Effective Practices in Community Supervision. It is a model of parole supervision that changes the paradigm of how you interact with a person. It asks a parole agent to conduct what I'll characterize as a structured parole interview. And that interview looks like this. There are 4 components. There's a check-in, there's a review, there's an intervention, and then there's homework assigned. Now, that check-in period covers the enforcement and compliance issues that a parole agent traditionally needs to to cover. A review portion will cover the issues that were addressed at the previous session, at the previous meeting with the parolee, with the offender. The intervention stage is an actual cognitive intervention, a short, it's not intended to be treatment, but it's intended to be a short intervention that addresses a particular area of criminogenic need. Whether it's a side-by-side friends comparison, whether it's a cost-benefit analysis, whether it's some sort of cognitive restructuring that is engaged, but it's a short intervention. And then there is homework assigned to the offender. That model is an evidence-based model that has been proven to work up in Canada, and it's a model that is promoted and trained by the University of Cincinnati. It is something that is about the development of a skill set for a parole agent. Now that's something that I think needs to be stressed. It's development of a skill set that allows an agent to intervene with a person differently during their parole contacts. And what we've found thus far, because all I get sometimes is...
We have 5 more minutes. So I just want to make sure that one of our chairs gets a chance to, so I just want to tell you
It's just, sometimes what I get is, well, I'd like to do that evidence-based practice stuff, Rich, if I had the time. And you know what? What we have found is that the agents who have been trained and the agents who are employing the model, which takes time to learn the skills, have remain the same in the amount of time they spend with a person, but they've gotten better, they've gotten more proficient at delivering the model and delivering the intervention. Now it's not the type of training, like I said, it's not the type of stuff that you can just go for 3 days and learn it. It's something that needs practice, that needs coaching, because it really changes the paradigm of how we interact with people. And I think it's going to produce some positive results, but it's not an overnight change. It's not an overnight change. It's about the development of a skill set for our parole agents, and frankly, that's challenging.
Thank you so much. And I agree with you. You're right. Some of the language that we use does help to keep the labeling and the kind of public perception going. I know as far as juveniles go, we used to call young girls who are charged or who are found to be in violation of or performing sex acts, we used to call them prostitutes. Now we've changed that thought that we should not be calling young girls who are 10 and 11, 12 years old prostitutes. We need to be calling them victims. And that has changed the way we look at what we do with them, even if by sticking them in the system or by giving them services. So some of the things that we say need to do have an adverse effect, and we really need to examine some of our language. I'm going to let this discussion close out with our co-chair, Tariq El-Shabazz. After that, I want to thank everyone for participating, and Tariq, the stage is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone for... First, I want to thank everyone for participating in something that I believe is very important, but I want us to remember at least 3 things as we gather together to try to come up with a solution to a problem that didn't create itself overnight and that has many facets and many factors. And I began by saying many facets and many factors because it's not one thing. It's not the person that's just unable to pay the bills or the person that is behind because they were in prison in child support or the person that has the drug addiction, but there are different factors and different reasons why people do the things that they do. And if we understood it from a psychological, a psychiatric, from a social standpoint, we wouldn't be in the condition that we are now. That's the first thing. The second thing is Judge Lerner said something that I thought was tremendously important, and it's very important for people on this committee. Absolutely important for people on this committee. He said, you know, what I found when I went to the judges' diversity, I would say, workshops, is that, you know, those that felt they were liberal weren't as liberal as they are, and those that thought they were conservative was probably more liberal than they were conservative, or maybe even more conservative than they were. What that says is that we have to be open enough to relieve ourselves from ideas of institutionalized socialization, since we want to use big words, or just being indoctrinated in what we're talking about. open enough to listen to somebody who may be a little different than us, and their experience may be a little different than our experience. And if we put those experiences together as a collective group, we'll come up with some solutions that we'll be able to identify. And that gets to my last point. We talked about communication. That's all you were talking about. And that's all what my brother behind me was talking about as well. We can't begin to have a conversation with someone who only understands Italian by speaking to them in English. We have to first understand Italian. Then we can have a conversation with them. So in order to understand why someone does what they do, we need to kind of find out where they come from. I think that was said by many members of the panel. So we can't begin to use language that is offensive to some, but when we look at it in our institutions of higher learning, it's how we learned and what we found. For example, offenders. People are offended by that. Behind the wall. I know what it means, other people know what it means, but when you talk about putting somebody else behind the wall, that is an issue. The conversations we need to begin to have is, why does someone do what they do? One of the best ways to find out about it is go where they are. Talk to them. Talk to people that know them or people that are in those communities. When I asked about the research and where the research was from, that's because that research that you cited in Cincinnati is different from the research in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, New York, in Red Hook, Brooklyn, New York, in North Philadelphia, in West Philadelphia, in Northwest Philadelphia, in South Philadelphia. Research needs to be done there because there are a community of people who have some things to say, but no one is listening. And sometimes it's because the way they articulate what the issue is not being received because they're speaking Spanish and people are only understanding Italian. And so what I asked us to do is to be open to everyone's particular position, to be open and receptive to receive the information that they give us so that we can use their information with our education and our information to come to a group solution. And we can only do that by being conscious of what we say, how we say it, how we demonstrate it, and what we're really here to do. And that's the only final comments that I had to say with respect to that. I think this is a great start. But it didn't happen overnight, and folks, it is not going to be solved overnight. This is an age-old problem that we allowed to get out of hand. Now we have to begin to peel away the banana peel to get to the fruit. That's it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, so under our format, are we doing public testimony Monday, or are we allowing some today? Which one? Oh, okay. So I think I understood. So there is a general open mic on Monday, and we have scripted. Okay. So we have folk that are going to testify as experts in the field to put it on the record today at 2. Is this, all right, so again, so Madam Moderator, I'm going to turn it over to you. What are we doing?
The next panel discussion is going to be on prevention. And however, for public testimony as related to this topic will be held on Monday. And
you have to turn your mic on.
Coming at 2 o'clock, that will be
Yeah.
on the expert panel.
yes, as far as for prevention strategies
Yes.
and short-term goals.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Councilman Jones.
So are we recessing? Yes. So we are recessing this hearing until 2 p.m. today in these chambers. Thank you all very much. testify. You have to hit your button, Madam Chair.
Cheryl Logan, Chief Academic Officer, Philadelphia School District. Deputy Commissioner Susan Slauson, Parks and Recreation. Tameen Farlow, Deputy Commissioner, Juvenile Justice Services Division of DHS.
Will you please approach the witness table? Commissioner Slauson, you are a veteran, so you know to state your name, title, and then in the order you'd like, begin your testimony. And thank you guys for your patience.
Are they waiting for someone from the school district?
We're waiting for you, Commissioner.
Susan Slauson, Parks and Recreation, First Deputy Commissioner. Councilman Jones, and members of the Special Committee on Criminal Justice Reform. I am Susan Slauson, First Deputy Commissioner for the Parks and Recreation Department. And accompanying me here today is Terry Kowarowicz, Program Director for Parks and Recreation. Thank you for the chance to share with this committee the youth opportunities our department offers. Parks and Recreation offers a myriad of activities focused on youth to fulfill part of our mission, which is to help Philadelphia's children and other residents grow by connecting them to the natural world, to each other, and to have fun, physical and social opportunities as well. I'll highlight 3 areas in my remarks today: programs and activities. Over 700 educational and cultural programs are offered for youth each year. They are offered in neighborhoods throughout the city at 150 recreation centers and playgrounds, as well as 143 neighborhood parks. The majority of our youth programs activities are captured in the following categories: after-school program, tot rec program, summer camps, arts and culture, and sports and athletics. In addition, we partner with various organizations as well as, law firms and Girl Scouts to offer an additional 1,600 events and programs. For example, this is the 5th year that we are providing a citywide skateboarding competition. And last year, we hired 6 of those young people that were a part of the skateboard competition. And those young people go around to our facilities, and they trained over 900 youth on how to ride a skateboard safely. We partnered with the Ed Snyder Youth Hockey Foundation to provide 7-day-a-week ice skating programs. During the 2015 8-week summer pool season, we offered almost 15,000 swim lessons and well over 800,000 visits to our pools. We hosted 3 triathlons with over 120 young people participating. In addition, Parks and Recs is the largest service provider of out-of-school time programming for youth in Philadelphia, serving upwards of 10,000 young people annually in our after-school program and summer camps. Programming focuses on 5 wellness areas: fitness and healthy habits, environmental awareness, outdoor activities, sports and athletics, and the arts. And success is measured by participation, connectedness to peers, and staff as well as volunteers. Every year we host neighborhood day camps that are offered 5 days a week, 6 hours per day for 6 weeks. In addition, we offer specialty camps at 40 locations that are focused on rowing, visual and performing arts, the environment, and special needs camps. Last summer, over 1,500 youth participated in these camps. We also host what we call Kids Fest, where we provide an opportunity for young people, about 1,200 young people, to come to the Dell Music Center at 33rd and Ridge for a minimal cost, and if they're not able to pay, there's no cost. And we set up water park opportunities. We set up opportunities for them to get on rides. Some young people won't get an opportunity to get out of the city, and so we provide a little play area, an amusement park right on the Dell grounds. We also have an opportunity for them to be involved in environmental events while they're out during that event. That's a one-time event every year, but it's an event that they look forward to annually. For the past 4 years, we've introduced a number of our teens to outdoor activities such as zip lining, biking, as well as kayaking. Other outdoor activities as well, such as fishing. We do that in partnership with DCNR and the Fish and Boat Commission, as well as the Water Department. Residents can find all these opportunities and more on our website. They can start with our facility and camp websites, which helps residents find programs of interest and when and where they're happening. Our Workforce Development Program. Philadelphia Parks and Recreation operates a citywide workforce that connects thousands of youth and young adults to seasonal opportunities, internships, and employment annually. We offer over 700 positions to youth, and that 700 number is just for our pool system. Year-round work experiences, for example, the Career Advancement Project is one of our workforce opportunities. It's a 3-step industry pipeline model designed to connect youth and young adults ages 14 to 24 to permanent careers. Career Advancement aims to prepare youth to public sector employment within Parks and Recreation, the City of Philadelphia, or related industry. The 9-month work experience will provide career exposure, programming through customized career pathways designed to build skills and support project-based learning. Youth and young adults will receive a 6 to 9 month seasonal position within the department and transition through a pathway that provides access to information related to the Parks and Recreation industry, exposure to career pathways within the department, and a structural service-driven experience promoting servant leadership. The Center for Employment Opportunity, CEO, is a 501c3 that provides comprehensive employment services to men and women with recent criminal convictions. Parks and Recreation, along with state and philanthropic funding, has partnered with CEO to pilot a program in Philadelphia for 400 individuals ages 18 to 25 over 2 years. The pilot is in its first year, and to date, 64 participants have been trained and worked on a transitional job site, and 20 have verified full-time, unsubsidized job placements as a result of this program. In addition, we support the Work Ready program with its citywide strategy designed to coordinate year-round and summer work experiences for young people ages 14 to 21 by providing funding as well as work sites for Work Ready participants. The summer of 2015, we hired 1,562 young people through PYN. Our summer meals program, there are over 1,000 sites throughout the city of Philadelphia that we serve. 860 of those sites, we serve Parks and Recreation, free summer meals and snacks to youth ages 18 and under, as well as students and olders enrolled in a qualifying program. If you're 19 years old and you have a special need, you can still be a part of this food program, but you have to have a qualifying need. These sites may be found at recreation centers, parks, churches, and even on neighborhood blocks. No ID or registration is required. For instance, in the calendar year 2015, Parks and Recreation served 2,874,842 meals during the summer alone, and 374,452 during our after-school program. We applaud City Council for seeking to unpack the strategies and activities city government offers for youth during the summer, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
So, if I may, because it's not the first time I've heard your testimony, but it's not just testimony, it is words and deeds actualized. When you first came on, you did a tour with me of my recreation facilities. The difference between what they look like then and what they look like now is night and day, so I wanted to thank you for that. So there is no question in my mind, and to my colleagues, they are the real deal. The question is, how do we expand what you do, and what are the programs that, for example, the Recreation Department at Shepherd Recreation Center, which is often a challenged community, blew up a screen, put out lawn chairs, and we watched movies at night during those critical hours before curfew, and we're able to do those cost-effective little things that take the tension out of a neighborhood and create a communal existence. So I thank you. So you do PAL, work with PAL. How effective are those programs? And of the programs, do they still do boxing? Because at Shepherd, when the mayor came out and took a tour, the boxing program in the basement was his pride and joy. He wanted to spread that around the city and create a traveling team to go against, lesser cities like New York. and so, tell me, if you, versus a midnight basketball or whatever, what are the 3 programs we could empower you to do that you think will have the greatest impact on reducing violence? Chairwoman Gray talks about 2 prongs. One, stopping the bleeding this summer, and then long-term approaches. So what would you recommend?
So if I can, just to comment on the Police Athletic League, they're here, so I'm not going to talk about PAL. What I will say is that PAL does not offer boxing anymore. So if you're going to be it, no, they don't. Years ago, the board decided that because of the health liability and the liability to the Police Athletic League, they were no longer going to offer boxing. So I just wanted to kind of put that in and say I was going to stay away from Police Athletic League because they're here. As far as 3 programs that I would suggest that we would offer for our young people, the first program that I would suggest is a program that involves parents. We often expect our youth to manage themselves, and that's why they're children, and that's why they have parents. And I believe some of the onus of what we're doing, one of the things that I did at Martin Luther King Recreation Facility is I had a listening session, and I involved the students and the parents. And young people want to be involved in music industry. Young people want to be able to do what they see on television. I don't think that we're in a position within our system to offer facilities that have the opportunity for our kids to come in at this point. That may happen sometime in the future, to offer them opportunities to make music, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done in our facilities. But I believe, first and foremost, when I talk with the parents, the few parents that came out to our communities, that there's a disconnect with our young people and parents being involved. So if there's a program that at the top of my list, it would be something that involves our youth and our parents participating. That's number 1. What I believe that we currently offer is supervised after-school programming that is essential from that 3 to 6, 7 hour, which statistics say are the critical hours for young people after school, where there are no parents, where there's no one around to watch them. What we need would be more funds so we can manage more young people in our facilities. The other thing that we need, we need better facilities. If our young people are going to these facilities, and I applaud Mayor Kinney for what he's doing, if our young people are going to go to these facilities and we want them to make this home and we want them to want to be there, we need to build these facilities where our children, my children, your children, you wouldn't mind dropping them off and knowing that they're going to be safe. It's a beautiful environment inside and outside. That's number 2. Number 3, I started a program over at Martin Luther King Jr. in North Philadelphia, where we've been able to partner with Mastery Charter, and we have been able to gain resources, financial resources for them, because the after-school program is running so well that they came over to find out where all their kids were going. Their parents are now involved in the after-school program. The challenge that I had the year before I pushed this is that most of these kids were going to summer school. That's a problem. Our kids aren't supposed to be going to summer school every summer. And so we started our after-school program, and the next year, out of 20 kids that went to summer school the year before, we only had 7. And what we have to put in place, we have to place in our facilities people that care enough about our kids that are going to have homework completion. And that's how we partner with the school. They're not just coming there hanging out and having fun Monday through Friday during the school year. They're coming because some of the kids, the only help they're going to get for homework would be in our facility. And so for me, because if we're educating our kids, if they're passing their grades, we're dealing with some of this crime issue that we're talking about. So those are the 3 things that I would put out there. I'm not sure if I had all that time to talk either.
You want to answer?
Good afternoon. Can I ask you a quick question? I love the programs that you described. Some of the things that I see that kind of stunt people from going into these programs are transportation issues. There's not a lot of viable means of transportation outside of the neighborhood to get to these programs. And I don't know, are there services available or things that could be provided to make sure that kids are actually bused from school to after-school programs that are not within their distinct school neighborhood area?
So with us having 150 facilities throughout the city of Philadelphia, most of our young people are within walking distance of one of our recreation centers, and out of our 152 facilities, 98 of them offer after-school programs. So if there's a transportation problem, the partnership that I have with at King, one of the schools, they drop their young people off. The bus actually, the school bus drops the young people off at Martin Luther King. And I believe that's an opportunity for us to partner with the school, that if we know there's a school and they're looking for a location for their young people to go to get some after-school assistance, we could have the school bus. We could be one of the drop-off locations.
And there are some school buses that won't go outside of a certain zone. So if a kid goes to a charter school outside of their neighborhood and they want to go to a after-school program within their neighborhood, I know the public school transportation bus, because my children take it, they will only take you but so far within the zone that you've signed up with. So are there avenues or opportunities to have more transportation to deal with the kids who are not within that immediate area, that go to school outside of their neighborhood and want to take advantage of those programs?
Parks and Recreation does not have a budget for transportation. So our young people either walk to our facilities, parents drop them off. They are usually going to go to a facility that's in their neighborhood because we don't have the funds to cover that.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. You struck. I'm sorry. For the record, Tariq El-Shabazz, the co-chair of this particular section of the committee. You already addressed one of them by indicating that the PAL is here, and that was an aspect with respect to boxing, which was major. You know, I grew up in New York City, in Brooklyn, in the 81st precinct.
And then he made a come up coming to Philly.
And then we had boxing back then, and I'll address that with them. And I only wanted to address it because you indicated, the councilman indicated that there was a facility that you toured that actually had a gym facility in the basement. But I'll address that with Powell when they get there.
But Recreation does have boxing.
You do?
We have boxing.
And how many facilities do you have the boxing available?
I want to say we have 7 facilities that I may be a little off, 1 or 2, 6 or 7 facilities that we still have boxing. Recreation has a very, very active boxing community.
Okay. Is there other venues within Parks and Recreation that has the space available for boxing to be placed in those venues as well?
So that would depend on the current activities that are going on in that facility and whether or not we could, of course there's space, but it's what we're doing with the space currently and whether or not we could give up that space.
So we did this, we had a fight, not boxing.
You had a fight?
But there was a conflict between space utilization at Roxborough. Where we had to, that was a perfect example of competing interests. And we had to make a commitment to renovate some space to move another program where a ring could be put in. But that when you do that, everybody wants their space.
Right, I understand that. One of the reasons why I bring that up is that what affects a lot of our young folk that we're finding out is conflict resolution. And I know that people want to deal with conflict resolution in 1,000 different ways, but we're not going to play chess out of the testosterone or the aggression of young men growing up through their teen years. But through supervised, the science of boxing, for example, not only you teach the respect for that particular sport, if you will, but it also is a way to resolve conflict, and it's a way that when people learn to fight normally, they don't fight.
Right.
They resolve it different ways. So I was interested in that. You also talked about a lot of after-school programs that I applaud you on. I'm more concerned about what's getting ready to happen at the end of the school year. That is this summer. I think you said 700 jobs available in swimming alone. Does Park and Recreation have any other jobs available to youngsters that are going to be let out of school very, very soon with nothing to do and no money in their pocket? And if they do, what are the numbers in terms of how many jobs are available? And I'll give you even a better nugget on that one. What will it take financially? What type of financial commitment would it take from City Council to ensure that you can increase your number of summer jobs for the young folks that are going to be getting out of school very, very soon?
So we actually do have a number. Philadelphia Youth Network, we hired that 1,562 additional youth on top of the 700 that I mentioned that was just for our pool assistants. So we hire over 2,000 people every summer, and that's our youth. And we hire another 800, usually 20 and older, and they're called RSIs, Recreational Specialty Instructors, to assist us with our programming during the summer as well. And so PYN, I actually would have to ask Terry the number because she oversees that, and she would be able to give you a closer number than I could about what it would cost to hire additional. But we do. I believe we are probably the largest agency during the summer that hires 1,500 plus youth, separate from that 700 that I mentioned for pools. So if I could ask her to come up so I can answer that question for you.
Please.
As far as funding.
And in addition, I'm going to throw another question in now. In addition, I would like to know if you have the capacity. What is the capacity you have to hire additional over the 2,000?
Okay.
If the capacity is 5,000, that sounds great to me. The more the merrier. But absolutely, if she can step up and address that.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Terry Kowalwich, Program Director, Philadelphia Parks and Recreation. So as Commissioner Slauson said, last year we hired 1,562 kids through the Philadelphia Youth Network. The capacity to increase that is kind of dependent on the funds that the Philadelphia Youth Network secures, because it is a federal funded program plus some partnerships with private companies that they get money for. So they allocate slots to us, and then we fill pretty much whatever they give us. We have the kids to be able to fill. We actually started our processing for the summer season last Saturday, and we have processing again tomorrow, next Saturday, and Saturday, May 7th.
Is there ever a time, for example, last year, where you had 1,500 slots? However, when you went through the vetting process or the interview process, you had 2,500 kids that, I shouldn't say kids, young people, that were ready, willing, and able to work, and you had to cut that off. Do you have any statistics with regard to that?
We enrolled more than 1,500, but because we were limited by what they were able to provide us, there were some kids that didn't get jobs. And if that happens, we try and refer them to some of the other providers that the Philadelphia Youth Network also works with to see if any of them are still looking for kids to fill positions. So this way they have an option.
So if we were able to supplement the federal funding and the private funding that you guys receive for the programs that you have in place, that will enable you to give me an estimate, and it can be a large one.
Well, if I can just sidestep that just a minute, because you asked about what you could do, like, as far as increasing positions.
Yes, ma'am.
Years ago, for the summer season with Parks and Rec, we had in our budget money to hire young people. They were called recreation aid trainees. And I don't know the exact number. I want to say we were able to hire maybe about 200, 250.
It's too low. You have to give me a bigger number.
And, but unfortunately, back I think in like 2008 or 9, when the budget crunch hit, those positions were eliminated from our budget. So, you know, and all those kids, they helped out at the rec centers, either working in the summer camps or helping out with sports leagues and art programs and things like that. And I'm sure we wouldn't have any trouble filling them if we were able to get that money back in the budget.
If you can give us an estimate of what you would be able to fill, and let us know that, and what in fact their hourly wage would be, that information, I'm sure that I can get that to Councilman Jones, and we can see what we can do. One of the things that we're attempting to do, remember, it's a two-pronged approach. One, we're trying to prepare for the summer, and because we're trying to prepare for the summer, we're trying to give these young adults something to do, whether it's camp or sports or work. And because we're trying to do that, and we see in the little days that we had that were 2 months ago, that were warm, how the increase of testosterone, I want to call it that as anything else, has increased in violence or maybe disagreements because people don't have anything to do. We want to try to do that. So if you can give us those numbers, and I know I caught you off guard, but we definitely can. Councilman Jones' line is available, the hotline. You see, I'm putting him on the spot. His checkbook is open, and it's something that we would need to address immediately because you're already beginning to do your process. And I think you said one is RSIs. That's the
RSIs have to be at least 18, so
18.
that they would normally they're the 18 to 30.
And the other ones are in training.
The Philadelphia Youth Network kids that we hire are 14 to 18, and the other position that we don't have any longer in the budget, it was called recreation aid trainee.
And the age of those were?
They were generally like 14 to 17-year-olds.
One other question, because I know it seems like I have you on the hot seat, and I'm really not trying to do that. The RSIs, the 800 RSIs, is that a part-time job or just a summer job?
There's both. I mean, we have RSIs that we hire strictly for the summer, and they work with the summer camps. But then there are some specialty RSIs who will work anywhere from 6 to 9 months during the year in the given specialty.
How many? For the ones that work 6 to 9 months during the year?
Yeah, so in after school, there's close to 100 after school programs. So and they all have at least one, and the larger sites will get 2 for that. So I would estimate about 150 there. And I'm just estimating here, I'd say probably about another 100 or so through the different specialty programs, whether it's the sports program, the art program, the parks program.
I think she's right on the number. I think it's about 250 total RSIs that we would hire. I'm sorry.
Do you need any more?
Always.
Of course, sir.
Well, what I would like to do is this, because I'm asking a lot of questions that are unfair to ask, especially when you don't tell people to come here and give me these numbers, and I'm throwing around money like I'm writing the check myself. But I would like to get more information, and so that we can supply it to the committee and in fact try to get funding for it with respect to the RSIs, with respect to the ones in training that was cut out. I don't know why it was cut out, but it was cut out of the budget for budgetary reasons.
Yeah.
And then we just shifted that money from paying them to work to incarcerating them, but we talk about that another time. And additionally, with respect to the facilities, if in fact there are facilities that you may be able to shift some other activities, one specifically I'm thinking about is boxing, and that's a long conversation, not for this committee. And you can let us know about that. We would greatly appreciate it. The sooner you can get it to us, the better it can be, the better we can address it. And can you send it to, you're sending it to Councilman Jones, but he's really not doing anything. Stacy does all the work. Send everything to Stacy. Well, if you send it to Stacy, you'll get a quick response, so.
Okay.
Oh, am I?
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for your service. My name is Wilfredo Rojas, and I'm a retired director of the Office of Community Justice and Outreach of the Philadelphia Prison System. One question that I have, I'm all for recreation. My daughter's boyfriend is the, lightweight champion of the world in boxing. But what kind of educational component do you have, or life skill component to your program? And if you don't, can that be weaved in? Because not everybody's going to be a quarterback or a running back or a famous baseball or football player.
So we have a program that started this year. It's part of our workforce development program, like Commissioner Slauson was talking about, and I oversee the in-school kids. So I have the 14 to 17-year-olds, and that was one of the big things that we tried to get across to them, that, you know, everybody's not going to be the star player or whatever. So we wanted to try and build their skills now rather than kind of wait till after they get out of school and try and find a job or try and build their skills at that time. So we've had them, they've been working with us since October, and part of their program, they do an internship working in the rec centers, kind of building their leadership skills, but then they also come in for 2 days a week of training, and we have different folks come in that we partner with, and so far they've done sessions on conflict resolution, anger management, financial literacy. They had a presentation from Philly Goes to College on how, to start looking, if they're interested in going to college, what to look for, how to kind of pick a school that would be a good fit for them. Right now they have someone that's teaching them etiquette training on, if they go out to eat, how to look at the place settings and things like that and know what to do there. And then like I said, they get the chance to go out into the rec centers and some partner agencies that we're working with to they've picked what they think they're interested in. So this gives them a 6-week session to try and see, do I really like this? Is this something I want to devote more time to, or should I start looking for something else? So, I don't know.
Now, the commissioner also talked about involving the parents. What are you doing to involve the parents or caregivers with the tools to handle any difficulties that their children may be facing?
That's a tough answer, because you have certain areas in the city where parents are involved. You have other areas in the city where parents are not involved. Our after-school program would be our program that you're going to find most parents involved, because you have younger people. But we need our parents involved all the way up to 18. So they're involved in the after-school program because they usually have to bring their kids, they have to pick them up. They're involved in our summer program because they have to come, they have to register their kids, and if there's a fee, they have to pay. We have different meetings that, whether it's our after-school or summer school program, where we invite our parents to participate. Of course, our parents are usually involved in the sporting events, whether it's a basketball game, it's a football game, or a soccer game. And you know what? That's really important, as long as they're showing up. So you do have some parents, and it may just be athletics, and that's important. But what our goal is to try to get them involved in all the activities that their young people are participating in our facilities.
And my last question, how do you evaluate the effectiveness of your programs? Do you have any kind of tools that you use to evaluate the effectiveness?
We actually have a survey. We've done a survey in our after-school programs. And we didn't do it last year, but we did it 2 years in a row. So we have been evaluating our programs. The young people that come to our programs, we have been evaluating them.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Bill Cobb.
William Cobb. Bill is fine.
No, I don't cut you short. William Cobb.
First of all, thank you for your contribution to the Department of Parks and Recreations. As a lifelong Philadelphian, I know the value that it had on my life and all of my peers and colleagues, so thank you.
Thank you.
My question is a question about budgets and effectiveness. For the record, I'd like for you to state what the current budget is and kind of sort of make a statement about your effectiveness, and then if you were operating at full capacity, what your effectiveness would be. Kind of sort of for the record, so we can say that the City of Philadelphia currently gives the Department of Recreation's X amount of dollars, and as a result, we provide X amount of points of service. In the event that the Department of Parks and Recreations received full funding, which is X amount of dollars, we'd be able to provide this many points of service.
So in order for me to give you an accurate number, I would have to do some math. But our current budget, and I would really prefer to get back to you with the actual numbers, as opposed to sitting here and giving you an estimate on what it would take to get our budget up to where it could be, and where, you know, I believe every agency within the City of Philadelphia could use additional funds. You know, so I'd like to let that be one of the responses that I give to Stacy, if that's okay.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
And then I have a second question regarding your partnership with CEO. So you indicated that this year, 64 people who have returned from prison in that program have been employed in your partnership, and that 20 have found permanent jobs. So is the program currently going to hit the benchmark of the 200 people this year and then the 200 people next year?
The goal is to hit that benchmark, and for this to be our first year, and for us to have 64 people that have already gone through this process, as long as, so what we're doing is ensuring that people that wouldn't otherwise have an opportunity to have employment, they have employment, and we're trying to give them skills so they can go someplace other than Parks and Recreation to work, because if we could hire them all, we would. But other people have to be willing to hire ex-convicts.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I get that.
So,
what I'm asking is that with the 64, are there any barriers or roadblocks that we should know of that will prevent you from actually getting to that specific number? Is everything going as scheduled is what I'm asking?
The roadblocks would be people deciding not to hire them outside, because Parks and Recreation will not be able to hire the entire 200. So we're depending on people that have businesses outside of government to hire some of the people that we are currently providing skills.
Okay, so I get that. I get the answer that I asked. I think I asked the wrong question.
Okay, maybe I'm answering it wrong.
No, you provided a perfect answer. My question is the targeted amount, do they work with you for the limited amount of time, or are you saying that you guys actually have hired people long-term? I thought the partnership was kind of sort of like they get the training with you for a limited period of time, and then they transition into permanent employment elsewhere. I'm just asking.
It's limited. Okay. It is limited. We have them for a limited period of time, okay, and then they transition, hopefully, into employment with, whether it's us, Parks and Recreation, or another city agency, or somebody else picks them up that's outside of government.
Great answer, and I'm just going to drill down on this a little bit more again to be clear for the record. So, will you hire the 200 people temporarily, or is that in partnership with other departments in the City of Philadelphia as well, just for the temporary part? We
will hire them just for the temporary time period that we go into contract with them.
Excellent. And so we're under contract and it's working, and you anticipate that all 200 will get through this year, and then all 200 will get through next year, and there are no impediments or barriers to that currently?
Right. Now, will we keep all 200 if positions are available?
Well, that's even better. Not the question that I asked, but that would be even better if you could provide full-time employment. Yeah. Thank you.
I think my colleague to my far right on the end. Introduce yourself. I think you have some questions as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Cosley. I appreciate the work you're doing, Commissioner, just to tackle the 18 to 24-year-old population. They are among one of the highest unemployed populations in the city. With respect to those potential roadblocks that may occur in terms of employers who are unwilling to hire folks with criminal backgrounds, what efforts, if any, have been undertaken by your department to reach out to other businesses to see if they are willing or have job opportunities available? Also, has there been any effort to connect with the local workforce board in terms of attracting citywide other employers that could contribute to this initiative?
Well, I do know that there are other employers that are hiring, just like we're trying to ensure that the people that are coming in have jobs. As far as a list, we don't have a list. I don't know what other agencies are doing. I do know that the streets departments, they work with Power Corps as well. It's not an isolated opportunity that we have. It's also other city agencies. The only one that I know for sure that's working with Power Corps, and they've worked with Power Corps even prior to Parks and Recreation, was the streets department. As far as knowing other companies that will say yes, I don't know of them. I do know that our people are getting hired. I can give you a couple examples. I had a couple guys that were working for the Dell Music Center this past summer, and they're a part of our 18 to 24 year in that age group. And I asked a couple of companies, one a huge lighting company, another a sound company, and I asked if they would be willing, the program that we're offering, holding these young people for an additional 6 months, because after 3 months, they no longer have a job. So we held them for an additional 6 months, and I said, would you mind, we're paying them, would you mind allowing them to come and work for you? We're taking all the liability so they can learn this skill. As a result of that, those 2 young men have been hired. And so that's our goal. We're giving them what we have. We are reaching out to companies and asking. A couple of the companies said no. A couple of the companies said yes. It doesn't stop me from asking. I'll keep pushing. And if it means that these young men or these young women are going to eventually end up with jobs, it's worth me hearing no a couple times.
Just another point or question rather. Do you know what types of training credentials these participants are receiving by virtue of going through the program, and sort of what, for the folks who have been placed, do you know what the long-term retention numbers are? Is it 6 months, 90 days? I know you're first year in, so...
I don't have those statistics yet. It is the first year, and the young people, couple that I'm talking about, and Power Corps is pretty new as well for us, and CEO, we're just in that first year, so we don't have any data about how many actually got jobs and how many were able to retain those jobs. So we will have that in a couple of years, or next year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Any more questions of Deputy Commissioner Slauson?
If you were to put a price with each individual student, how much money would that come out to?
I'm sorry.
If you were to put a price spent on each individual participant, how much would that be a year?
I'll have to check on what we're paying them an hour and give you an answer to that.
There being no more questions for Deputy Commissioner Slauson from Park and Recreation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have Deputy Commissioner Tameen Farlow from the Juvenile Justice Service Division of Philadelphia Department of Human Services. You have testimony you'd like to present?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Councilman Jones and members of the Special Committee on Criminal Justice Reform. My name is Tameen Farlow, and I am the Deputy Commissioner for Juvenile Justice Services Division at DHS. I'm here today to testify as to the array of programs and services that DHS invests in to prevent and respond to youth violence in our city. Like you, we are keenly aware that with the approaching warmer weather and in the absence of meaningful pro-social activities, many youth across the city may be at increased risk for involvement in delinquent behaviors, and that in some cases, this behavior has the potential to result in arrest and participation in the juvenile justice system. DHS is committed to year-round investing in programs that divert young people away from such entry, recognizing that the collateral consequences of such contact can be lifelong and devastating to a young person's future. DHS's continued investment in sound prevention and intervention programs to support the healthy development of at-risk young people is something of which we are especially proud. I would like to share with you here just a sampling of what is available. By way of these contracted programs, we aim to engage young people in meaningful activities which contribute to their overall well-being and set them on positive trajectories toward completing school, avoiding delinquency, and contributing in substantive community service projects that make our city more sustainable. These programs serve as critical resources for young people in the summer months. One of the primary programs we support is called the Intensive Prevention Services Program. IPS provides site-based programming 3 weeknights a week and Saturday mornings, combined with family counseling to work with at-risk youth. Case managers and counselors also make home visits to work with the parents or guardians to help remediate issues that might be causing truancy or delinquent behavior. The program works with youth and their families referred by the Philadelphia Police School Diversion Program or by the Philadelphia Department of Human Services and its contracted community umbrella agencies. Families across the city are eligible and may also self-refer. The target population is youth between the ages of 10 and 17 with one or more of the following characteristics: chronically truant, suspended from school 3 or more times, or expelled in the last 12 months, arrested within the past 12 months, history of running away. The program seeks to prevent truancy, to steer youth away from delinquency by offering positive role models, improve school performance, and in many cases to help family relationships through individual family counseling and constructive activities. The program also seeks to enhance life and social skills. There are 6 centers in total, each serving a different geographic region of the city. Areas of coverage include West and Southwest, Overbrook, South Philadelphia, Germantown, Mount Airy, North Philadelphia, Kensington, and Frankfort, and the far Northeast. It is important to note that though the programs are funded by DHS, participation in them does not result in formal involvement or the opening of a case with the child welfare system. Participation generally lasts up to 6 months and can be extended under special circumstances at the family's request. A typical IPS program has the following core program components: academic support, social and emotional competency building, mentoring, recreation, work-ready programming, community service engagement, and parental involvement. Ultimately, the program seeks to preserve and strengthen the family's capacity to navigate, utilize, and advocate for resources that serve to support their child's success in school and in communities. An end goal would be that even when the IPS intervention ceases, families have strong, enduring supports that sustain them for years to come. Additionally, the department provides support for the Youth Violence Reduction Partnership, YVRP. Since its inception over 15 years ago, DHS, through its Juvenile Justice Services Division, has been a key funder of the Youth Violence Reduction Partnership. Overseen by the Managing Director's Office, the main components of a YVRP include designation of youth at greatest risk of killing or being killed, intensive supervision by police and probation officers, connection to various community supports and programs, graduated sanctions for noncompliance, and 5, the suppression of firearms. The participants in the YVRP are identified by any of the partner organizations, including the District Attorney's Office, Police Department, Adult and Juvenile Probation Departments, the School District of Philadelphia, and DHS. Serving youth between the ages of 14 and 24, YVRP combines 2 strategies: intensive support and intensive surveillance, to help these young people get to their 25th birthdays as productive and responsible citizens. As part of that effort, DHS invests in summer employment opportunities through Philadelphia Youth Network for YVRP participants on active juvenile probation. The Philadelphia Police School Diversion Program. In the spring of 2014, the department's Juvenile Justice Services Division partnered with the Philadelphia School District, Philadelphia Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, and numerous other stakeholders to develop and implement the Police School Diversion Program. A strategy for addressing the school-to-prison pipeline, the program diverts first-time, low-level offenders in schools to DHS-funded intensive prevention services programs that address a myriad of underlying issues which may have contributed to the youth's offending. This unique diversion strategy allows for the avoidance not only of the traumatic arrest and processing experience for these youth, but also formal participation in the juvenile justice system. Given the collateral consequences associated with young people having formal arrest records, this Second Chance program has had an enormous positive impact for both kids and communities. Since its inception in May of 2014, over 800 students have been successfully diverted, with less than 5% of these youth having since committed new school-based offenses. The program has received national recognition as well as considerable funding support by the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. And Dr. Naomi Goldstein and her research team from Drexel University's Department of Psychology are the Police School Diversion Program's research partner. They are evaluating the program's effectiveness, including academic, behavioral, and well-being outcomes at the individual, school, and district levels. DHS has been a long-standing systems partner with the Philadelphia Youth Network to implement both year-round and summer employment strategies for youth connected to the juvenile justice system. Through this partnership, DHS's investment provided more than 400 youth with summer employment experiences, and we plan to continue with this partnership for summer 2016. This is a critical tool to keep youth active and engaged in the summer. Also in 2015, we developed a pilot rapid attachment employment model designed to take youth connected to the juvenile justice system through a program that accelerates their connection to unsubsidized employment. The first year of the pilot proved effective, and the second year is currently underway with a plan for scaling and sustainability to be developed in 2017. For the past 10 years, DHS has invested in the E3 centers, which serve 1,000 youth who are disconnected and serve as a service hub for youth returning from out-of-home placement. The services of the E3 centers are comprehensive in nature and serve as a designated place for academic advancement and employment readiness. This partnership has proven to be a productive resource to keep youth engaged. Lastly, we are proud to be an active member of the Philadelphia Working Group on Disproportionate Minority Contact. Along with a number of other juvenile justice stakeholders and led by George Mosey, First Assistant District Attorney, Philadelphia became the first of 5 counties in Pennsylvania to sponsor minority youth law enforcement forums. The forums, which have taken place within public and charter schools, residential treatment facilities for delinquent youth, churches, and in communities, serve as powerful tools for bringing together law enforcement officers and minority youth to talk frankly and openly about the problems on the street and the troubled relationships between youth and law enforcement. By opening a dialogue between these two groups, we hope to reduce the number of volatile interactions between youth and officers on the street, to decrease unnecessary arrests of minority youth, and to diminish the chance of injuries to officers and youth during their encounters in the community. Several such forums have successfully even been held within the city's secure juvenile detention facility, the Juvenile Justice Services Center. With the support of the MacArthur Foundation, DMC Network in 2007, the Philadelphia Work Group, in close collaboration with minority youth, the Philadelphia Police Department, the Office of the District Attorney, and many other stakeholders created a curriculum which, beginning in 2009, and by permission of then Philadelphia Police Commissioner Charles Ramsey, is now used in a one-day training for Police Academy cadets, all of whom will have arrest powers upon their graduation. The training not only includes opportunities for cadets and minority youth to interface directly with one another in a non-threatening environment, but serves to instruct on adolescent development and youth culture. Cadets learn about adolescent brain development, concepts of hypervigilance and hypermasculinity, as well as distinctive characteristics of coping strategies for youth who may have had prior traumatic experiences. Cadets discuss the environmental, physical, and biological reasons for why teenagers think and behave the way they do, and how adolescent responses to authority differs from adult responses. In a separate session, youth are taught to identify how environmental influences, peer pressure, and issues of respect impact their behavior with law enforcement. And they discuss options that can contribute to safe and positive interactions with police. By training officers to recognize the difference between potentially criminal conduct and normal adolescent behavior, and by working with youth to emphasize responsible decision-making and appropriate respect and response to law enforcement authorities, the Philadelphia Working Group believes it is making a difference in the quality of life for both youth and law enforcement, and making Philadelphia a safer and more viable city for all its residents. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today and to share with you just a few highlights of our efforts to address youth violence in our city and how we are preparing for this upcoming summer. We remain strong in our commitment to the prevention and early intervention of delinquency in the lives of Philadelphia's most vulnerable young people, and are in ongoing pursuit of partnerships with others around this critical issue. I'm happy to answer any questions should you have them. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Deputy Commissioner Farlow, for the excellent testimony and report. I just have two questions before I turn it over to my colleagues who may have some questions as well. You indicated in the initial stages about introducing the youth to role models.
Yes, sir.
The question is, where do these role models come from, how they're selected, how many role models do we have, and what role do they actually play, other than do they just communicate with them on a one-week basis, do they talk to them every other day, do they take them out? That would be the first question. The second question is, you talked about stakeholders in the diversionary programs. Is the Defenders Association of Philadelphia one of those stakeholders that participate?
Yes, they are. They're a key stakeholder. Okay. Absolutely.
Well, you answered that one first, so the role models is the only question out there.
Okay. So when I talked about mentoring, I was referencing the mentors that are available within the intensive prevention services programs. And so those mentors are often the staff who are employed by the various providers. As I mentioned, there are 6 providers located geographically across the city of Philadelphia. And because the program runs anywhere from 60 days to 9 months for the young people who are involved, kids get the benefit of having those relationships with the staff who are employed there at the center over the course of that length of time. And so it doesn't extend beyond the time when the program ends, but they do have mentoring during the course of their involvement in those programs.
That was my question. I'm turning over to my colleague.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. Number one, have you ever encountered any children or youth presenting with any type of drug abuse or teenage pregnancy? And if so, what kind of interventions have you used to address it?
Okay. I missed the first part of your question. I did hear the latter part.
Have you encountered any youth working within your program that present with drug abuse or teenage pregnancy?
Certainly.
And what strategies have you used to address it?
So by way of the Intensive Prevention Services Program, again, there are case managers attached to those programs, all of whom are at least bachelor's prepared. So young people are referred to an array of resources that are located geographically within the communities that they come from. We have strong partnerships with Community Behavioral Health and Dr. Evans with the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disabilities, so that when we identify that a young person may be struggling with substance use, we can make a referral for them, contingent upon that family having the appropriate insurance. As to teenage pregnancy, we certainly deal with that as well. Not as much as we do young people who are struggling with substance use, but we also have an array of resources that we can refer those teens to when we identify a pregnant teen. We use programs that are run through, the I Matter program is one, and we also partner with the school district to ensure that young people who are expecting children of their own get the appropriate health care and other array of resources that will be needed to help them become strong parents.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner Farlow. I wanted to just follow up on some of the things you said with respect to your programs. I see the program where we're talking about police school diversion programs has partnered with research in order to evaluate the effectiveness of that program. Have you done that with any of your other programs, particularly the Youth Violence Reduction Partnership? Have you evaluated the effectiveness? If so, how are you? What measures have you taken to understand the effectiveness of that program? And I mean, are there any research components to those things? Because obviously that's what we're dealing with right now.
So the Youth Violence Prevention Program is a program that DHS is a funding contributor for. We don't manage the program. It's actually run out of the mayor's managing director's office. And so I know that for some years there was a relationship that they had with Public-Private Ventures, and they were the organization that did all of the evaluative work with regard to the program's efficacy. I do know that there is a history of documentation as to the success or lack thereof with regard to their interventions in specific police districts. I believe that John Delaney, who currently heads up that program out of that office, would have that data, but I regret that I don't have it, and I'm not familiar with what the evaluative results indicated.
What about the CUA program, your community, community umbrella agencies, and the effectiveness of that program? I know we all work in some capacity with the CUA agency, but have we evaluated the effectiveness of that program, given that it has a huge responsibility in diverting people into much-needed services?
So CUA is, the Department of Human Services has multiple divisions. The Children and Youth Division is the division most impacted with the CUAs, the Community Umbrella Agencies. And so that is really work around young people who are at risk or involved with abuse or neglect. That's not the Juvenile Justice Services Division, over which I have responsibility. I regret that I'm not as familiar with those programs. I will say, however, that because this is such a new transformation for the Department of Human Services, I don't believe that we have completed any evaluative work. I know that Mayor Kenny indicated as part of his new administration that it would be one of the things that he would really want to take a close look at. To my knowledge, that work has not yet started. But Commissioner Shapiro, who is our acting commissioner, I'm certain she could respond more in depth to that kind of an inquiry.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Not seeing any more questions from the committee, I want to thank you on behalf of the committee, Deputy Commissioner Farlow, for that fine testimony.
Thank you, sir.
That will conclude the first panel. Madam Clerk, can we please call up the next panel for testimony?
Lieutenant William Edis, Commanding Officer, PAL. Ted Qualley, Executive Director, PAL. Cheryl Logan, Chief Academic Officer, School District of Philadelphia.
As soon as we're situated, we want to begin with ladies first.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have class. I'm missing class right now. So.
Oh, I don't want you to miss class.
I will tell you that. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Cheryl Logan. I am the Chief Academic Officer for the School District of Philadelphia, and I'm here today to provide an overview of the summer programs that will be provided by the school district, and also to report on the numbers for out-of-school time as we have them for today that are done in our schools, but they are run by the Department of Parks and Recs. So we have several programs this year. We do have some funding sources, and unlike the last several years, we will be able to offer some summer programming for our students. So we're very excited about that. So I'm just going to go through those very, very quickly, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those. The first is a summer bridge program for incoming ninth graders into all 20 of our neighborhood comprehensive high schools. Neighborhood comprehensive high schools are defined as those high schools that have a catchment area, and any student residing in the catchment area who is high school age can attend those schools. There is not any admission criteria. We will offer a summer bridge program where students will review and be exposed to what are the necessary attributes to have a successful transition to high school, improve the quality of relationship between new students, teachers, and staff, and to create a college-going culture embraced by students prior to enrolling in the fall. That is 100 students per school, and there are 20 schools for a total of 2,000 students. In addition, every summer we have, even throughout the worst days of the financial crisis, it's my understanding that we have been able to provide credit recovery for graduating seniors, so that seniors who are within 2 credits of graduating can take 2 courses and graduate at the end of August. So we are continue to do that for 500 seniors. However, this year we'll be able to expand that to 11th grade students, and allow 11th grade students who are also 2 credits, who need an additional 2 credits, can also have an opportunity to get back on track for their senior year, for a total of 1,000 students. That will happen at Ben Franklin High School in Center City. And I have some handouts if you'd like to see. In addition, this is a continuing effort. We have a program for 110 students of immigrant children and youth, English language learners in grades 4 through 7, rising to 5 through 8, who are new to the country, that new being defined as less than 3 years. It's a morning program. It offers enrichment in art, music, and drama. The courses are facilitated. Sorry, feel free to take all. Wait a minute, sorry, let me get one at the bottom, because it's a different. Thank you. No worries. That is also facilitated through some of our community-based organizations who also partner with us on that effort. We have extended school year, which is ongoing for all students who qualify based on IDEA, Individual with Disabilities Act, for extended school year. These are students for whom we provide more than a 180-day school year to provide a free and appropriate public education so that they do not, so they can retain those skills that they learn during the year. These students are identified based on the fact that their cognitive disabilities will probably include them losing more knowledge than would be in their typically developing peers. So for that reason, they are provided an extended school year. And last, we have our largest effort, which is almost 3,000 students will be offered a opportunity for who are currently in grades K through 7 in our turnaround schools, our priority schools, who need additional support to maintain their academic gains, as well as for students who are greatly impacted by an unfilled teacher vacancy, whether that vacancy occurred due to lack of teacher or whether their teacher was on long-term leave. We don't distinguish that. Either student needs the support. Also, students available to or eligible for this program are English language learners, our special education students who do not qualify for ESY, and any student who is performing below grade level. Again, that's 2,890 students from July 6th through July 28th, and we're very excited about that summer enrichment program. In addition to the programs that I just went over, I also gave you a spreadsheet of every program that we have in the city for young people, whether it's a academic program or out of school time provided by Parks and Recs, and the location of those programs district-wide. That concludes my testimony.
Okay. Thank you very much. It was, in fact, quite extensive and quite quick, because I know we're holding you late for class. I do have maybe one question before I open the floor for my colleagues on the committee. The K-7 summer program, approximately 3,000 students, but in listening to the testimony and reading the handout, it indicates that there's transportation that will not be provided. So how is it that these students that may not live in the general facility of the school in which this program is
well, so we looked at school locations for geographic diversity. So to the degree possible, we have programs located in every sector of the city so that students won't have to travel far. However, we don't have resources to provide students transportation. So if this committee has any resources that they'd like to make available to the school district, I'm pretty sure we would gladly accept and make sure those young people, I've been in the game a little while, that we would gladly accept. It's an excellent question.
That's why we ask those questions.
I know. It's an excellent question, and it wasn't something that we didn't consider. So when we started looking at the sectors of the city where we had the largest concentration of students who would be impacted by having this program or be eligible, they were very concentrated in Central East Philadelphia, in West Philadelphia, in certain sectors of North. So what we did was, and a little bit in South. So what we did was we expanded the programs to a few more schools so that we could, so that students would only have to travel a certain distance in order to be eligible for these programs. In addition, I should say that we do have several schools that offer very small programs. They don't really advertise, they're just for their own students, that I am aware of. As a former principal, I know it's something that I did. If we have a student who comes to us and says there's absolutely no way that they can get there, but they really want to come, I guarantee you we'll find a way to make sure that student gets there. Whether it's, if it's an older student, a 6th or a 7th grader who could potentially use a TransPass, that could probably be something. But typically when those issues arise for us, we always find a way. We're not going to turn a student away. We'll find a way to make sure that the student gets there. There are a lot of other kinds of options that we can think about, and there may be other programs that are not necessarily sponsored by the school district that are academic that we can refer those families to. It's an excellent, excellent question.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes my question, but my colleague...
I just have one question. Can you repeat what you said about students who present with special needs?
So there are two programs. This year, we typically have one program that we guarantee for all students who have special needs, who have an individualized education plan. If their cognitive disability is such that they're going to not retain a certain amount of information that would not be typical of what normal summer loss would be. Typically, those students qualify what's called extended school year. And it's a 6-week program. We have it every year. It's a federal requirement. It's not something that's new. We've had it every year. And so those students, and many of whom have physical and more involved cognitive disabilities, do get transportation. So I didn't even think about that. So those ESY students always get transportation, and I just included them just so you would have a comprehensive look at all of the programs that are being offered. That's a program that's always offered. It's not something new because we have some additional resources available.
So are the names of those students communicated to the schools where they will be attending?
With the ones that I just mentioned?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the process for identifying students for ESY is a very involved process. It happens sometime between December and February. Those students know who they are. Typically, they're continuing, so this is something that they've done every year. The transportation and all of that is communicated to them through their through their current, whoever their current service provider is at their school. And the information around the transportation for those students is given to those families well in advance. And then we have a core team of folks who work throughout. They're 12-month employees, so even though some of them are teachers, they work an additional amount of time to ensure that those families are ready to go. It's one of our, I would say it's one of the more pleasant and always positive story programs, because in addition to academic exposure that those students get, there are opportunities for them to engage in social and emotional outdoor activities that they wouldn't necessarily get to do during the school year because there's a lot more freedom. They go horseback riding, they swim more often, those kinds of things, in addition to their academic activities.
See, the reason I ask you this because my wife is a psychologist at some of these schools.
Okay.
And she brings it home with her.
Oh, okay, all righty, okay. Well, I'm sure she's a wonderful lady. She married well, so.
Are there any more questions? Because we are actually holding up an educator from a class.
I have one
Oh,
last comment. I know Co-Chair Al-Shabazz asked you about transportation. I think you said we can make do. I think one of the problems that I see, obviously, is that transportation is a hindrance for many people to participate in some of these excellent programs. So if there is some understanding of how much of a hindrance that is, then we'd like to know, not to just make do, but really to maximize the efforts of people to participate in these wonderful programs that you have outlined. I do see that a lot with parents who, if it's from 8:30 to 12:30, that's a really tough time for people to drop off and pick up.
So it's an excellent point. So one of the things that we do is we partner with our out-of-school time partners. So in any schools where we have these educational programs, we partner with the out-of-school time partner so the kids can leave at 12:30, the educational program, and go to the out-of-school time, which is a little bit more campy, and they can stay there until the end of that program, which typically is around 4:30. So we make the arrangement and work directly with our Office of Strategic Partnerships, works with the Parks and Rec to make sure that because it's two issues. One, if I'm a parent and I have to work, and I would like to have my child have this academic opportunity, but I got to work, right? So I might say, well, they're going to go to this out-of-school time because it's from 8 to 4:30, and I'm going to be able to cover my entire workday. So we take that in, we're all parents, so we all take that into account, and we took that into account, and we work with the partners, and they They are
provide transportation?
overwhelmingly, yeah. And so with the transportation piece, we consider it, we have to make some choices that, are difficult around where our programs are going to be placed. And like I said, what we did was expand our programs out to geographical regions that we probably might not have touched, so that we can ameliorate that to the best of our ability.
All right.
I know I said that we were finished, but I have one other question.
Sure.
Does these fine programs extend to charter schools as well, or just the public schools?
So that's a good question. So typically, our students enroll through their current school. So these are our district students. ESY extends to all special education students. So if they're in a charter school, it doesn't matter. They qualify for ESY. They probably will go to a district ESY program, because we work with our students who have the most significant cognitive needs, so that they also participate in our ESY. Our special education programs with our most cognitively challenged students are the most connected with our charters.
And these programs are available at no cost to the parent?
None of these programs have a cost. There are any costs, and breakfast and lunch is served in all programs.
Well, if there aren't any more questions, I want to thank the Chief Academic Officer, Cheryl Logan, for sharing her time with us, and we extended it a little bit longer. I apologize for that.
That's fine.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. If you have any questions, you can, you know where to reach me. Thank you, and have a great weekend.
You do the same. Now, I don't want you gentlemen to think that we've left you last because you're on a hot seat, because I want to ask about boxing. But that absolutely is true. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, committee members of the Criminal Justice Reform. I am Lieutenant William Edis, Commanding Officer of Philadelphia Police Athletic League. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify about the Police Athletic League of Philadelphia and the role we play in ensuring Philadelphia's neighborhoods are safe for our young people. The mission of the Philadelphia Police Athletic League is Cops Helping Kids. We aspire to be the premier youth-serving organization in the city by reducing crime, promoting character development, and improving educational outcomes. We do this by having Philadelphia police officers supported by our civilian staff, offering recreational, educational, and cultural opportunities to our youth in 18 centers located throughout the city. The majority of our centers are located in the city's highest crime and lowest income neighborhoods. PAL centers are safe havens, offering a variety of programs and other events to attract, engage, and develop more than 18,000 of Philadelphia's youth between the ages of 6 to 18. PAL is both a unit of the Philadelphia Police Department and a 501c3 nonprofit organization. I will testify on the police side of the organization, and Ted Quality, sitting to my left, PAL's executive director, will testify on the nonprofit side. The current complement of the PAL unit includes 27 officers, 2 sergeants, and 1 lieutenant. Many of my officers in this unit share a similar background to me. Growing up, I was a PAL kid. I spent time playing at Gibbons PAL Center and always saw it as a safe place to have fun with my friends. What kept me coming back to my PAL Center as a kid, above and beyond sports, was my PAL officer. I knew he cared about me and my friends and could trust the man-to-man advice he gave to us when we needed the most. That happened pretty often, to be honest. I value the mentoring relationship and think that is the key piece that distinguishes PAL. As a member of the Philadelphia Police Department, I've been assigned as an officer and a supervisor to numerous police districts and the narcotics unit. During my 20-year career in law enforcement, I worked in some of the city's toughest neighborhoods, encountering the issues we are here to talk about today. Unfortunately, in these areas, violence and drugs were and are a commonplace. This is part of what led me to PAL. Like many officers, I grew tired of showing up after the crime had occurred. At that point, it was most often too late to try and direct someone to the resources outside the criminal justice system. In many cases, poor decisions, addiction, and lack of resources created a negative impact on many lives. PAL is an alternative. It is proactive community policing at its best. By design, we seek to operate centers in the city's highest crime and lowest income neighborhoods. We currently operate 18 PAL centers in 11 different police districts located throughout the city of Philadelphia, with multiple centers in the 2nd, 15th, 19th, 22nd, and 24th police districts. We are currently in the process of opening 2 new centers. Grays Ferry PAL in the 17th district, located at 32nd and Reed at the Salvation Army. And the new Tucker PAL in the 18th district at 4040 Ludlow in partnership with the University of Pennsylvania Division of Public Safety. This will replace a center located at 46 and Woodland inside the Wilson School, which was closed and subsequently sold by the School District of Philadelphia. Consider what has transpired in 2 Philadelphia neighborhoods in recent years. After PAL opened centers at Harrogate, which is located at 851 East Tioga, and Oxford Circle, which is located at 1267 East Cheltenham Avenue, juvenile arrests within a 6 to 8 block radius of centers dropped the following year beyond city-wide trends, which was 39% decline in juvenile arrests around Harrogate versus 6% citywide for the period of May 2010 to June 2011. 16% decline around Oxford Circle versus 10% citywide for the period of August 2010 to September 2012. Most youth are drawn to PAL because of our sports program, which basketball being the most popular choice, followed by flag football. To promote youth engagement and healthy competition, we hold citywide tournaments at the end of our sports seasons. With that said, PAL is more than simply a place to participate in sports. PAL also provides youth with academic support and character building programs. All PAL centers provide daily homework help, and nearly all the centers offer computer labs and computer education clubs. We take kids outside their neighborhoods for special events and outings, including to college campuses for tours, as well as to watch the home team. During the school year, PAL operates 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Friday. This is to counter the peak in juvenile violence that occurs in after-school hours of school days. As the City of Philadelphia Public Schools conclude instruction for the year, officers assigned to PAL centers transition from working a 1 to 9 p.m. tour duty to a 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. tour. This shift is in operation hours is done so that we conclude to provide services to PAL youth throughout the day and deliver interesting, engaging, and structural program during summer recess. Our police and civilian staff is working to enhance and expand opportunities through additional sports clinics and leagues, education and cultural program, as well as new and expanded external partnerships. Some of our recurrent summer program includes Monday, after school lets out, PAL will kick off the summer with a Pico Day at the zoo for 200 children. The next day, our citywide sports program begins. Partnering with Legacy Youth Tennis and Education and providing 3 hours of tennis instruction daily for more than 400 kids. This program operates for 8 weeks and is held at various tennis sites throughout the city. Partnering with Kids on the Hill Golf and First Tee, PAL provides an 8-week golf program, 3 days a week for approximately 200 kids at a variety of golf locations in the Philadelphia region. Baseball will take place in the afternoons on Monday through Thursday for a 6-week period and will involve more than 250 boys and girls. A unique part of baseball program is the kickoff, which involves kids from every center in a home run derby with the Philadelphia Phillies. One special highlight of the summer is when hundreds of PAL children and volunteers participate in the city annual Wawa Welcome America Go Forth and Learn celebration. August is camp month. We run 2 separate week-long education camps, one of which is focused on STEM. We also run boys and girls basketball camps and numerous field trips to museums and amusement parks. Again, each of these activities is overseen by caring, committed PAL officers. We have and will continue to provide fun, free opportunities for children of Philadelphia. This will keep our young people active, involved, and most importantly, out of trouble. We have done this for close to 70 years in this great city and will always strive to be the best youth programming organization. Last year, for the first time, the police department authorized overtime for officers, allowing PAL to extend our summer hours, offering Friday evenings hours from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturdays hours from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. In the 15 centers where we offered these hours, we had 6,000 visits from kids during the 9-week program. The overtime cost of the city was just shy of $100,000. The nonprofit side of PAL covered the non-police related costs associated with these increased operations. This partnership between the city, the PAL board, and the nonprofit makes efforts like this possible, and frankly, the envy of every PAL organizations across the country. As we work on plans for this summer, I have briefed the police department's new leadership team on last year's success and the attendance patterns we saw. Following their review, preliminary approval has been granted for PAL to implement a similar extended hours plan this summer. Additionally, both the civilian and police staff at PAL is working to enhance summer program this year as part of the implementation of our new 5-year strategic plan. With that being said, on that note, let me introduce you to Ted Qualley, the Executive Director of the nonprofit side of PAL. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Edis. My name is Ted Qualley, and I serve as the Executive Director, which is a nonprofit organization that exists solely to support a single unit of the Philadelphia Police Department. So the PAL nonprofit, the 501c3, exists for one purpose: to support this unit of the police department and our collective mission of cops helping kids. We do this with a board of directors of more than 100 people from the business and community, and a staff of about 21 civilians, to provide the resources and support necessary for the men and women of the PAL unit to do what they do best, and that's to mentor, guide, and support Philadelphia children within the safe confines of PAL centers. This is a pretty exciting time, as Lieutenant Edis said, for PAL, as we are in year one of a 5-year strategic plan that is aligned with the goals of the city and, frankly, the goals of this committee. In short, we are working to serve more children in more PAL centers for longer periods of time, and we're trying to do so even better than we've done in the past. So we're enhancing our programs to produce measurable impact on crime, character, and education. Prior to joining the Police Athletic League, I worked for the City of Philadelphia for about 4 years. Worked with the Department of Human Services, and so was able to work with some of the folks that testified earlier and see and be a part of and be involved with a lot of programs. After that, I worked with Big Brothers Big Sisters for 7 years, arguably the preeminent one-to-one mentoring organization in the country, and had the benefit of working with Keir on the Back on Track program. I would submit to you today that the Police Athletic League and the unit of police officers that we have is not only a preeminent youth-serving organization in the city of Philadelphia, but arguably the one that is best positioned to make a significant impact on these issues at scale. We have 18 centers across the city of Philadelphia, about to be 20, and we're about 19,000 children enrolled. While simply opening a PAL center in a neighborhood does not immediately translate into a drop in crime, the relationships developed by the police officer with the kids, their parents, and the larger community, they can and they do. I would welcome the committee and beg the committee to come to visit the Harrogate PAL Center in Kensington, where a former recreation center that was frankly largely forgotten and underutilized 5 years ago has been transformed into a thriving community hub that is filled with volunteers and kids. Wawa has a team of volunteers that drives from Delaware County twice a week to spend time with these children and the police officers, mentoring these kids, reading to these kids, helping them with their homework, and playing sports. Social workers from DHS CUAs, NET being the one in that area, stop by to look at the children on their caseload and also to interview them, to observe their interactions. And youth from the Philadelphia Youth Advocate Program spend time 4 days a week with Officer Rivera as part of their mentoring program. The Department of Recreation supports PAL by providing us the building, and then we cover all the operational and maintenance and programmatic costs. Our ability to promote safe communities, frankly, is unique because we have a police officer that oversees each of these PAL centers. And more importantly, we're poised to do even more. In support of our plan, and separate from what the lieutenant just said, we've increased our summer programming budget by $31,000 this summer. That's a 35% increase over last summer. This will make a real difference in what we were able to do for and with PAL kids and teens this summer. But this isn't a one-time effort, and that's what I really wanted to bring home today. Over the next 5 years, the plan that you all have calls for us growing on every front. We aim to open 7 new PAL centers, increase our enrollment from 15,000 when we started to 20,000 children, and most importantly, to double the average number of youth attending our centers on a daily basis. Success will be evident in the transformative effect that PAL has on the lives of those highly engaged youth. Consistency. You had mentioned earlier in the mentoring conversation, how often are they seeing them? Consistency. When kids come to PAL centers, that's when we have that ability to transform lives. Our ambitions are to more than double the number of youth who are annually coming enough, the dosage, 200 hours or more a year, for us to have that impact. That dosage level is rooted in research. To be successful, we're going to need support from inside and outside of the organization. The PAL Board of Directors is motivated to drive this plan and has stepped up already in many ways, from increasing their personal and corporate support to galvanizing resources to support our efforts. One example, and you may have noticed this, is a bilingual public service campaign airing right now on every local television station, almost every radio station. It's on Philly.com and many other local websites, which has led to an increased enrollment since September of 2,500 children. Good news, we're going to hit that 20,000 enrollment goal pretty soon. Bad news, we're going to have to move that needle. We're going to have to move that goal. In addition to the board, Josh Harris, managing owner of the 76ers, has made a significant impact on our organization over the past 2.5 years. First, providing us the resources to do this strategic planning, to really sit down and do the hard work, to look at the programs that we should be delivering, those that perhaps we've offered in the past and got away from, what our funders think we should be delivering, and really what we can deliver and hold ourselves accountable to. And so we built that plan, and then he provided a multi-year gift to help us operationalize that plan. This support has helped us implement a state-of-the-art metrics program, which will allow us to measure the impact and use data to inform and improve PAL programming. It also allowed us to create a couple of positions. An outcomes and evaluation manager, Kate Fennerty, is here today with us. She is overseeing all of our data collection, as well as 2 new program coordinator positions. Mubarak and Nadir are here as well today to support the officers in their delivery of services. Simply put, we are poised to scale our presence across the city, but the pace of expansion is limited by 2 primary factors: adequate facilities and available funds. Facilities. On the facilities front, we need a gymnasium, a space for the officer to have his or her desk, a classroom or 2, homework room, computer room. We don't need the Taj Mahal, we need Motel 6. Finding Motel 6 in the city of Philadelphia, especially in the neighborhoods that need it most, is a difficult challenge. It's an old city. Many of these buildings they're old, and they have a lot of challenges to them. For example, we have about $750,000 in identified but unmet capital needs across our current centers. And so as we add centers and grow, we aim to upgrade our existing facilities, and when appropriate, seek out new facilities to meet our growing needs. To paraphrase Mayor Kenny, PAL kids, just like any child in the city of Philadelphia, shouldn't feel like a second-class citizen based purely on the zip code or the neighborhood they live in. On the funding side, as a nonprofit, our job is to ensure that the police officers have the tools that they need to deliver best-in-class programming and to be the safe, consistent, and caring presence that the PAL kids deserve and need. We have an aggressive and diverse fundraising plan, which is going to require a lot more work, right? Sharper focus on corporate donors, high net worth individuals, private foundations, and support from some public out-of-school time funders, such as the Philadelphia Department of Human Services. The Mayor's Office and City Council has been very supportive of our efforts to find facilities, and in fact, the Salvation Army facility, which will be staffed by a police officer starting Monday, is a testament to that approach by City Council. Councilman Kenyatta Johnson, it's in his district, and Mayor Kenny have brought us together with the Salvation Army to open this site. So in closing, PAL stands ready to be a part of the solution. We are a partner. We hope you will embrace us as a partner so that we can create safer neighborhoods and hopefully reduce the burden on both the juvenile and criminal justice systems. And if I can add one component that I haven't heard here today, and it is part of that strategic plan, it is that we are also committed to doing a better job for the young ladies in the city of Philadelphia. When I worked at DHS 12 or 13 years ago, I know that young ladies were the fastest growing population into the juvenile justice system. We had a program, a seminar I believe it was, and it was called Girl Talk. To try to figure out how to address those needs. I'm very proud to say that the Police Athletic League is committed to doing more for young ladies in the city of Philadelphia, and so part of our enhancements this summer are to do just that. The girls' basketball camp is fantastic, and I hope you guys can make it out to Harrogate Pal.
Hey, he just knew that you like basketball.
I do.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. I really appreciate the testimony and presentation. I have a couple of questions, not going to be long, and then I'm going to open the discussion for the committee, because I'm sure that there are, Kira's writing a letter over here, so I'm sure that there are questions I have to ask. Now, I have one major concern. According to my arithmetic, 27 officers, I think 2 captains or 2 lieutenants, or 3 officers.
2 sergeants and
2 sergeants, there you go, 3 officers. So we're talking about 30 personnel from law enforcement that has been designated to oversee what may be 18,000 or so, what your anticipated goal is as to children. Well, not children, young adults. Well, that causes a problem because of the understaffing, and I know that that's a problem anyway because Commissioner Ross just talked about the understaffing of the police department as a whole. One, are there any goals to try to have more individuals recruited from law enforcement as police officers to be engaged in these PAL centers, especially in light of the fact that it's growing so rapidly? That's the first thing. Secondly, are there any summer jobs available to teenagers that can come in during the course of the summer to assist the PAL officers on 2 fronts? One, assist them in the day-to-day operations of the camp and the sports and the tutoring, etc., but also assist in role modeling and in building a liaison relationship between the community and between PAL. I think one of the most important parts of PAL, at least it was back in a long time ago when I was a child in Brooklyn, New York, and I talk about it all the time, is the relationship that we developed with the officers that were involved in PAL assisted in anything that occurred in the neighborhood. We were able to resolve issues, we were able to deal with problems that people may have had, and in resolving issues and dealing with those problems, I think it brought crime down. So I have a question about that as well. How are PAL officers recruited would be the third part of that question. Trained, and how are they compensated? So I'm going to stop there because I got more questions. But people you see, every time, I can't forget, and the one question that I'm going to stop at is boxing. People are telling me about the liability of boxing, but the same concussions you can get in boxing, you can get in playing soccer. In fact, if you look at the statistics, you get it more in soccer than even in football, in soccer. But anyway, we're not going to go into statistics, but boxing as a way of conflict resolution, as a way of understanding what's going on, as a way of dealing with conflict. So what are your suggestions or your answers with regard to that? And I am pushing boxing, so we got to let everybody else know that.
Okay, as far as resources go, be my dream to see that every PAL center be staffed by 2 Philadelphia police officers. And why I say that is this. When an officer takes kids to an event, the most you can take in a van, our transportation, we have a fleet of 25 vans, is 14 kids. So then once that officer leaves that center shuts down. If we're able to keep that center open, we can still service hundreds of kids or 50, 60 that day versus taking 14 somewhere. So resources, yes. As far as the span of control and as far as so many kids being in one center, we count on our volunteers. We do hire people within the community. For example, homework club, computer club, positive images, boys to men, jobs that we hire, a small stipend. We want that in the community because who knows the community best than the community members in the community. So we do hire people for that. But we do rely on volunteers. That being said, in some communities, you'll get a lot of volunteers. In other communities, you don't get many volunteers. So that is a issue that we're addressing. And also with the civilians have been more engaged with different jobs, like Ted said, with the metrics and all. We hire, that is hired by a community member that tracks people in and out. So we do try to encompass everything as far as resources, span of control, more eyes on the youth, because it does get a little challenging of 50, 60, 70 kids in one center at one time. Now granted, my officers do structure their programs pretty much around the age groups. I would say 6 to 12 is earlier, say from the 3 to 6 period, and then the 12 to 18 is from the 6 to 9 period. Because if you let any one youth stay in the PAL Center, they'll stay there from 3 to 9. So we want that youth to get home, to get fed, to get showered, to get ready for school the next day. So we gauge it based on the span of control, a structured program. And how I know that, I'm a former PAL officer, so I did this type of work as a PAL officer as well. So that's how you get away of not so many people at once. So the resource question, I hope I answered it. As far as another one was boxing,
Yeah.
I believe, and I said this for many years, the best boxers come out of the city of Philadelphia. Under Deputy Commissioner Sue Lawson at the time, Commanding Officer Sue Lawson, is the same thing that what she said is absolutely true from what I'm being told, is the liability is why we don't go down that road anymore, because of the violence and the liability, and our PAL board really do not want to go down that avenue. That's why they got rid of it. I don't even know how many years ago. I think it's at least...
It's a shame.
Yeah.
So let me, if I could, backfill a little bit on some of these. So let me start with boxing. Decision made before either one of us were in these positions. Happy to go to the board and find out. Let's get some clarity on that issue. Happy to do so. Training and vis-a-vis a little bit of boxing here. The PAL unit has a bunch of different trainings that they put the officers through to learn how to run a basketball program, to do, how to structure your positive images, how to control the gymnasium, much like a teacher would control a classroom. We also have a partnership with an organization called Up to Us, focused on sports-based youth development. And this training really is about how do we maximize the opportunities available to us through sports to build some of those attributes like discipline. So while hitting that bag is going to take out that frustration perhaps, and there's a lot of lessons to be learned there, some of the training that we are making available to the officers, I hope, can also avail similar outcomes as perhaps a boxing program. But again, happy to ask the board about that. 2 officers in a center, that's a dream. It's in this plan that I shared with you. There's a couple of ways for us to get to that. One of which is through partnerships. We currently have a partnership with the University of Pennsylvania. They detail an officer to the police, to the PAL unit, and so one of our centers, the Tucker PAL Center out at 4040 Ludlow, which is one of the 2 new ones that's opening, it existed, it was closed because the building was knocked down, and now we found a replacement. That's a 2-officer center. It's a 2-officer center at the cost of 1 to the city of Philadelphia. 1 Philadelphia police officer, 1 University Penn police officer. Okay. We'd love to explore additional partnerships, be they with Drexel, Temple, SEPTA, public housing, whoever it may be. A municipal police officer is a municipal police officer. I mean, we have the best here, but if we can get 2 for the price of 1, that's part of our plan to try to find ways to do that. The youth to adult ratio, so you certainly hit on that very quickly. 18,000 kids, 20-some adults, like that's crazy. So we support the officers through a host of adults in the centers. The reason I mentioned the Harrogate PAL Center is because on any given day, you're going to see 12, 15, 25 adults in that center. They're parents, they're community members, they're social workers, they're folks from Wawa coming to volunteer. When PAL is at its best, there's a host of adults in that center supporting the officer so that he or she is free really to focus on those kids with that one-on-one time that they really need and can benefit from. And so we do have about 75 what we call support staff or seasonal support staff members. They're basically high school students, some college students, and community members, $10 an hour positions, doing a host of different things within our centers. We, by and large, let them go for the summer. And so one thing that I could submit to you, and I would like the opportunity to run the numbers, is maintaining them, those 75 people, for the summer. And in fact, when we testified before the Youth Commission, one of the young men on the Youth Commission looked at me and he said, so wait a second, we need jobs in the summer and that's when you let go of everyone. And I said, that's just the unfortunate reality, and so maybe there's something we can do on that. I don't know what those numbers would be, but happy to look at it because we have those folks already hired, and they're in roles to support the officers.
Ted, can I ask you,
Please.
that kind of dovetails into this.
Yes.
We want to focus on some of the compensation that you're able to give your officers for their, I guess, either volunteering, or I guess volunteering is not a good word when we're talking about compensation, but for their involvement in your PAL program. Are you able to provide the compensation that you need for police involvement in this program?
So the City of Philadelphia donates the officers' salaries and benefits in-kind contribution of services to the nonprofit. So we, the 501c3, does not pay the police officers. That is a donation of services by the City of Philadelphia. It's approximately $3 million in value, and our total budget's approximately $6.5 to $7 million.
So you're saying they don't get compensated, it's really like voluntary community service hours?
No, this is their job.
Okay.
So full-time. So they're not driving patrol Monday, Wednesday, Friday and volunteering at PAL. Their beat, if you will, is PAL.
They're assigned to the PAL unit.
All right.
With the same opportunity to get overtime as another officer, or is it just a day shift? Or I guess a day or night?
They could get overtime. They have the same rights as any other officer, absolutely. If overtime's afforded, they absolutely get overtime.
All right. Thank you.
And the other question, just to follow up, I think, how do I screen applicants that come into the unit was one of the other questions. What I personally look for, they go through the transfer process to come to the unit. There's two things that I look for. A little bit of sports background and education. That's the two main things. And also, one of the things that you got to be looking at, which is tough, 1 to 9 months of the year is tough on an officer and an officer's family. And I encourage all my officers to get their kids, grandkids engaged. But I'm very honest in my interview process, which they say citywide is the longest. It's about a half-hour interview, and I sit on every one of them because I believe that's where it starts, is getting the right officer. It really has to pick the right officer for this job. It's not like working in a regular district. You have to have a passion for this job, working with youth every day, 5 days a week, 365 days a year. So that being said, that's the two things that I look for is education and some type of athletic background.
Yeah, I have a question. Neighborhoods that have a large number of residents leaving for or returning to prison suffer the kind of destabilization that undermines the development of trust and interdependence among neighbors. And, the combined efforts of all of this detracts ex-offenders from their ability to participate constructively in community life. So a lot of times they have sanctions that prevent them from participating in the community. And that pretty much goes to the detriment of the ex-offender or to the overall detriment of the neighborhoods in which they are concentrated. How are you navigating that?
We follow the laws of what the criminal background checks requires. So with our organization, we run everybody through a criminal background check, and depending on that is whether that they can be around kids or not.
So if it's an offense...
No, but what about if it has nothing to do with children? For example, if they were arrested for drugs, can they participate? Can they volunteer?
So yeah, and this is, I hope you will hear a similar answer from many youth-serving organizations. So there's certain offenses outlined in the Child Protective Services law that preclude people from working with children. And so when the lieutenant mentions the law, I mean, that's what we're held accountable to. Other offenses, we look at the type of offense and the recency, right? So when was it? And so, for example, in working with a support staff recently, the question was, he had a record. And when we looked at it, it was like, okay, it's not one of those offenses, so he's eligible to work within a PAL facility. When was it, right? And a question that the lieutenant asked, which I thought was a good one, because I looked at the offense and I said, yeah, people make mistakes and hopefully they learn from it. How old was this person when he made that mistake? And in this instance, he was a lot older than he should have known better, right? And so in that instance, the thinking was, man, maybe we'll pass and go to the next person. But So long as it's not an offense that's specifically detailed within the Child Protective Services law, we have some level of discretion, and that's where we will look at the recency, the attitudes towards risk. I mean, you think back to the programs where you're matching a mentor with a mentee. It's those attitudes towards risk that you can discuss in an interview process to get a sense if this person will be appropriate for the organization in this specific role. But it's not a blanket, X, Y, or Z, and you're out, unless it's one of those that's detailed in the legislation.
Because I'm familiar with PAL, and you guys do a great job in bringing the community together. But the question is, bringing community together that work, and a lot of them happen to be ex-offenders.
If there is data on those neighborhoods in particular where there's large numbers of people going to and or returning from incarceration, we would love to see that data, because we look primarily at high crime, low income. Sadly, that's a lot of neighborhoods in the city of Philadelphia. We're looking for population of juveniles, proximity to schools, and things like that. When we try to find a place for a PAL center, that additional piece of data would be something good for us to look at as well.
William Cobb. Gentlemen, thank you for your contribution to the city. As a kid, I attended PAL. My relations with police were extremely positive, and I looked up to the other individuals and also the institution. So my question is related to that. Are there any formal programs that you conduct that deal with police and community relations for the youth that attend your facilities?
I think go ahead.
Okay.
I was going to say no. I mean, the short answer, I think, is no, unless, police explorers perhaps or something like that, but.
Yeah, we do work with the police explorers. Even outside of the 6 to 18, I encourage all the captains in the city of Philadelphia, they hold police service area community meetings there. So the community's coming down to engage the community more and bridging that gap amongst everybody. So we do work on that as well.
Yeah, my question is kind of sort of piggybacking off my co-chair's response in regards to the incredible opportunity that you have to engage what the children are experiencing. As we all know, that police and community relations are getting tighter each and every day, and these youth are interacting with you and having very positive interactions, and then as a result of the area in which they live in, where it may be high crime, where there may be high arrest rates, it presents an opportunity for you to actually do something formative that can have a profound impact on how they actually feel about individuals who are in the community to protect and serve.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and frankly, I think the CUA meetings are one of those places where we can sort of bridge that gap. They're set up based on police districts, and we have a unit of the police department. But so I think we could probably become more formalized there. But there is some one-off, and again, you look at a Harrogate, I think it's running on all cylinders. It's happening there very well. Then you go to perhaps say a Ford in South Philadelphia, and it's not as dialed in.
Thank you.
So there's room for improvement.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Jason Cosby, this is a question specifically for your Harrogate Center. So, piggybacking off of Wilfredo's comments about how you're able to sort of negotiate with specifically for returning offenders. That Harrogate area is one of the highest high crime, high poverty areas in the city of Philadelphia, where all but 2 halfway houses are located in the city of Philadelphia. So at the core of reintegration is, again, the offender returning from incarceration, reintegrating with his family. So how are you able to negotiate that in Harrogate? In terms where, you have some discretion as to what folks you can allow to volunteer and participate in your center. And have you had any support from the halfway houses, community corrections also?
I don't know the answer. I would have to ask Officer Rivera, who runs that center. You may know.
Yeah, I think it's a case-by-case basis. And even if we can't get them engaged around children because of the criminal record, we try to do other things. For example, community service or helping out, maybe dressing up the field, whatever the case may be. We try to get the community engaged as much as we possibly can, but also keep in mind of the stipulations with all the laws that come with that too. So it's a twofold type of question. We do try to, the main thing about community policing is bridging that gap, is getting the community involved. So we do within the guidelines that we're allowed to do it.
So with respect to this committee here, what resources could we contribute to sort of assist you in accomplishing that? Like if we could maybe bring together some type of advisory board that we could field questions with that regard, you know, bring on a lot of the halfway houses are contracted through city agencies, state agencies, and so sort of get participation from community stakeholders within that area. That area has a high concentration of employment and training agencies, youth serving agencies. So if there's something that this committee could do, I could definitely try to push our co-chair and Councilman Jones in trying to accomplish that.
So I think we'd like to get back to you on that. It's interesting because that particular center happens to be one of our absolute best centers, which proves to me that there is a way to bridge this a little bit, right? And so it's just because it happens to be in one of those neighborhoods where there are perhaps a lot of people leaving and coming back from incarceration does not mean that it can't have a vibrant volunteer corps, because it does. I mean, this center is firing on all cylinders. And so I'd like to get back to you. It would, to the lieutenant's point, I think, vary center by center. The last time I was in the Harrogate Powell Center and asked Officer Rivera what he needed, if he could have anything, what would it be? And he said, I'd like to have someone in here working on literacy with these kids. I can't tell you how many of these children are behind in reading and or can't read, right? Now, if we were to ask the same question of Officer Ellerby at Fort Powell, he might have a completely different answer. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to get back to you on that, because if there is a role for this committee to play, we'd certainly like to make that ask. But I'm not going to let that question go without maybe underlining a couple of other things that I think, you know, certainly PAL could benefit from, right? So resources, financial, we certainly need financial resources to be able to do what we're trying to do. And again, I think we have the ability to go to scale. Our cost per child is about $400 to $450 a year.
Wow, that's real.
So the city is essentially through the you know, their salaries and benefits covering half of that, and then we're raising, that's pretty cheap in the use, you know, sort of the per diem sort of thing. And this isn't, I would love to tell you that we're packed to the point where I have to turn people away. We're not. Some centers are more crowded than others. I think we're doing a good job across the board, but we can do better. We have capacity. Facilities, as I said, and earlier today I ducked out of this for a few hours to go downstairs and talk to some folks on 2 different floors about facilities. The city is really trying to help us identify facilities, but I don't think I can say it enough. It is a major challenge for us. You know, 2 officers in every center, that's a game changer for us.
You know,
it's an absolute game changer.
One of the things that we did, we actually sponsored a team. Inmates had an account, and we sponsored a team in the community that was called the Holmesburg United, and they played the Leprechauns from down there in Port Richmond in the city championship. But they were sponsored by inmates. Inmates have accounts, and they put this money towards the children in the community. So that might be an angle you might want to explore.
The other thing is you indicated that, speaking with one of my colleagues, that you would get back to us with respect to the needs of particular PAL centers, because if they're located in different parts of the city, there are different needs. We're not looking for one need. If it's 5 needs, then
understood.
The 5 needs are good. We might not be able to give all 5, but maybe we can give 2 or 3 or 4, or maybe all 5. But as much as you can give us to some things to work with, to take to council, so that council can look at what's going on and what's happening, it puts us in a better position to try to do those things.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing, too. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I believe that we're finished with this second panel. Would you please call up the next panel?
Siobhan Reardon, President and Director, Free Library of Philadelphia. Ricardo Calderon, Commissioner, Youth Commission.
What would I do without you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Okay. Whenever you're ready, you can start your testimony.
All righty. Members of the Special Committee on Criminal Justice Reform, I am Siobhan Reardon, President Director of the Free Library of Philadelphia. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon to share with the committee the work we do to provide our children with meaningful and productive activities, particularly over the summer, and also our special initiatives for the incarcerated and their families. The Free Library has a historical commitment to meeting the literacy needs of our children. It is among the highest priorities in our strategic plan and part of our staff's work every single day. We are committed to building the skills of our young people and working with them toward their academic and life success. LEAP, our after-school program, began as an anti-crime initiative to keep children off the street during the most dangerous hours of the day. We continue to serve tens of thousands of children in this program at every single neighborhood library in the city each year. Part of the program involves hiring local youth, who we call LEAP leaders, as part of the Homework Help Mentor program throughout our library system. With the summer close upon us, staff are focusing on summer reading, one of the most important ways we keep children engaged and stave off the so-called summer slide. Combating literacy loss is particularly critical in Philadelphia, where literacy levels are already below average. Additionally, research has shown that reading for fun can lead to improved academic achievement. Summer reading provides a safe, positive place for young people to be engaged and productive during the summer months. We expect to reach nearly 35,000 children in the coming season, which launches on June 5th and runs through August 5th. In addition, Philadelphia Youth Network provide an additional 75 to 100 teens to support this program, so we hire that many teens in addition to the LEAP leaders. In order to attract more children and test ideas that could even be more beneficial, we are running 3 small pilots this summer, and they include a spy club. Children will be engaged as secret agents and are given mysteries to solve. Clues will lead them to literacy, and STEAM tasks that will help them solve the challenge. We have Healthy News Works. The Free Library is partnering with this nonprofit organization to teach children journalistic skills, how to ask questions, determine reliability and writing, and conclude with the production of a health-focused newspaper. Our Reading Buddies program, this pilot will pair adult volunteers with children to read one-on-one several hours a week. It will give children a meaningful relationship with a trusted adult while building their vocabulary. City Council members are often invited to participate in this program over the summer as well. Continuing for the second year is Jumpstart, an intensive back-to-school program that prepares children to be ready to return to the classroom in the fall. Tested at 3 libraries this past summer, the results are strong. 90% of the children held off the summer slide, and we hope to expand, to expand the program to 8 neighborhood libraries this summer, thereby almost tripling the number of children that we reach. Read by Fourth campaign, which the Free Library manages, is a citywide effort to significantly increase the number of students reading on grade level by the time they reach 4th grade. Summer camps can be a key ingredient in success, and the campaign is committed to helping summer camps embed fun-filled literacy activities in their programming. Over 100 camps have contacted us requesting age-appropriate books for the summer, but unfortunately we only have funding for 80 of the 100 camps. Another Free Library initiative that would be of special interest to the committee is our prison literacy outreach. We have opened small libraries in cell blocks at Kern-Fromholtz and Riverside Correctional Facilities and the Alternative and Special Detention Unit. Not only do prisoners have access to the range of materials, but we also train prisoners to manage the loans and return processes. Other city and federal facilities have expressed interest in replicating these services and would welcome the opportunity to expand, both to bring literacy to the incarcerated as well as provide valuable job skills. Additionally, we have launched Stories Alive, a program that benefits both the incarcerated and their children. A key factor that leads to a decrease in recidivism is connection to family. In response, the library has created a program that allows incarcerated parents to read to their children through a Skype-like technology while their children are in one of our libraries. We provide the children with a copy of the book that their parent has read to them.
In addition to reading, parents have used the time to practice spelling, discuss school projects, and sing. This program runs through December, and we hope to be able to continue to offer it afterwards. The library has also compiled a resource guide for returning citizens, a copy of which is available for each of you and will be met to your offices. This has been created by the program, this guide, and we'll be happy to make sure you all get a copy. And we commend the City Council and the committee for seeking strategies to reduce the city's rates of incarceration and recidivism. The Free Library is proud of its efforts in this regard and stands ready to support your further deliberations. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
First of all, thank you. That's excellent. I didn't know the majority of things that you talked about, and I was really impressed.
Libraries are a big surprise to everybody.
I'm really impressed with the Story Alive and the Skype-like technology.
Yep.
How long has that program been going on?
It's a grant that we received from the federal government through their Library Services and Technology Act, and so we launched the service, I want to say in February, and so the incarcerated speaks to children in 3 of our libraries, at the Widener Library on 28th and Lehigh, our Kensington Library on Dauphin, and I believe it's our Holmesburg Library up in the Northeast.
And are these libraries have special hours during the summer? Do they increase in hours?
So actually what happens in the summertime is we run a 5-day Monday through Friday service. We're actually closed on the weekends in most of our libraries during the summer.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have. Yep.
William Cobb. I actually want to piggyback off of his line of questioning. I want to know what number of facilities are participating and how many incarcerated parents are able to participate currently.
So we're just getting started. So it's 3. So where we have the program right now, the funding for the program right now is in 3 of our libraries. It's our Widener Library, our Holmesburg Library, and our Kensington Library. And so what happens is that, and this typically occurs on Saturday mornings. It's actually at 11 o'clock on Saturday mornings, and we have a number of incarcerated. They sign up to be on the roster of, so it's getting the connection, the Skype connection.
And they do that through the current facilities that they're housed in?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And are they all the cities? Are they state prisons?
No, they're Kern, Fromholtz, and Riverside are the 2 facilities.
So CFCF and Riverside only?
Yes, exactly. And it's predominantly men who are actually signing up versus the women in Riverside, so which is really fascinating. And so there's a waiting list of people wanting to be able to read and be able to have that connection to their families. What's been interesting also is that, I was listening to the conversation around transportation, which is fascinating on many levels, because so the inmate will sign up to read to their child, but if the weather is bad and the family can't make it, they miss that time.
Wow.
So we're trying to figure out how it is we make sure that the connection between the parent and the child is improved.
Could you please share with the committee the costs to currently conduct that program?
So it's currently a $25,000 grant. And most of the material that we have goes into so we provide the material to the cell blocks, but it's the technology mostly that's going into connecting the inmate with his or her family in the libraries.
Well,
I can give you much more detail on the grant and the work we're doing.
Greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely happy to.
As a person who has been in conflict with the criminal justice system and served 6 years in prison, and who is a parent of a lovely 12-year-old girl, and who is an avid reader, and we frequent our library nearly every day.
Great.
So thank you for what you're doing, and I just think that this is an incredible opportunity to really maintain the link between families during an incarceration. I was unaware of it, and I'm so excited about it. And thank you for offering your testimony to the committee.
My pleasure. Thank you.
One of the questions I have, when I worked at the prison, and we had organizations that serviced the prisons, like the Philadelphia Arts, Mural Arts Project, these inmates that are being trained, are you actually looking to recruit some of them for employment? Because we have relaxed a lot of the rules regarding ex-offenders. So
any one of the folks are eligible when upon their release. So we have there's also something I want to offer you as well. But yes, as long as you take the civil service, we're a civil service agency, and as long as you pass the civil service exam and get on the list, you're qualified for a job at the Free Library of Philadelphia, mostly probably in any range of either a library assistant or a clerk in the library or custodian in the library or that sort of thing. I mean, you can't be a librarian, you have to have your degree. So.
Some people have gotten their degrees.
I would have something to say if you don't have your
But
MLA.
let me ask you, would you look to expand that program? Because if that program could
If we have the
result in
funding for
appointment-
it, we would be happy to expand it for sure. Because we're concerned about the fact that it sunsets in December, because it is a federal, it was a one-year grant that we received from the federal government to do this. And
Well, which grant are we talking about? The $25,000
Yes.
grant?
Mhm.
You said it ends in December?
Yes,
And to keep it going, $25,000 carried you for 1 year?
for 1 year in three
And it limited the-
libraries.
And it limited the number of libraries to do it. So do you have an estimate, or if you do at this particular point, or can you get the committee an estimate that it would try to expand it from the 3 libraries to more? Because if you expand it to more, then we can reach out to more. But also, I'm curious as to how can it be expanded to state facilities?
So we're getting lots of questions from the state and federal facilities to bring our programs, whether it's the collections on the cell blocks or this Stories Alive. So, and it's all about our capacity to deliver, because right now it is one young man who, in his own time, has actually produced this program. His name is Titus Mulathara. He's one of our social services librarian at the Central Library. And so we would love to be able to expand the program so there's a permanent prison services staff that can do much more outreach to all of the facilities.
If you can provide that information
Will do.
to Stacy as soon as possible.
Will do.
I would greatly appreciate that. I think that is something that I'm very interested in, and if I look down the line, I can see that it's more than
Well,
myself.
you know, I know that you come from Brooklyn. I also worked at the Brooklyn Public Library.
See, that's why-
New York
that's
Public
why it
Library, and they
works.
have extensive prison services programs, which we don't have here. It was kind of a surprise when I got here to see that. You should also know one of the things that we're working with the Department of Corrections is that we have acres and acres and acres of property around the library, and they do have a landscaping program for the inmates, and we're looking to see if we can create a program where those that are ready for reentry want to begin to learn how to landscape, and because we have more property that they could help us clean up and keep tidy. So we're working with the Department of Corrections on that program as well.
I just have, Jason Cosley, I just have one quick question. You mentioned that transportation was a barrier you're experiencing currently. Are there any other barriers that you would like to make this committee aware of?
No, that was when when I was speaking with Titus before I came today, I said, what were some of the challenges? He said that was when it was just disappointing the families couldn't make it to the library to be part of the session with the inmate.
So this Skype-like equipment you're using, is that sort of the optimal type of equipment? Would you?
Right. We went as clear as possible, because it is the dad or the mom reading, literally holding up the book, and so that they can see each other and they can follow the words together. So the clarity of the screens had to be significant. So it is a high resolution opportunity between the connection between the two organizations.
One last question. Why were the locations that currently have this program selected as opposed to any other in the city?
I think it has something to do with doing a survey of where we knew that we had high levels of one parent incarcerated or another, and these were the 3 areas that Holmesboro was picked because of its location to either of the facilities, but Kensington and Widener were selected because of the ratio of incarcerated parent.
Thank you.
Well, if there aren't any more questions, I definitely want to thank you, and we look forward to that information being forwarded to Councilman Jones through the able arms of Stacy, so that we can actually try to get some things done.
Sure, that would be wonderful, actually. Thank you. Okay.
With that would conclude that testimony, and ladies and gentlemen, the hearing is now adjourned until Monday, April 18th, approximately 1 o'clock p.m. in City Hall, room 400. Public comments will be heard at that time. If you would like to testify or submit written testimony to this committee on criminal justice reform, you can absolutely get in contact with Stacy, or you can present it here on the 18th, or email your request to participate as a witness to Criminal Justice Center, Criminal Justice Reform. That's one word. criminal justice reform at philadelphia.gov. This hearing is now in recess. Thank you.